Hello, welcome to Maupiti Tuesday. I'm your host, Robot Spacer. Great to see you all. Nina, thank you so much for stopping by once again. Mr. Dreadful, great to see you. Also, my chat, y'all got a hype train going, and it's covering up the first chat message, so I can't see who that's from.
Hello.
But whoever you are, I hope you're doing great. Mr. Dreadful, it's great to see you. Silver Streak, Culinary Disaster, Unsecret Crush, Agancilio, many piss and good vibes to you as well. Dronon, great to see you. Derek Ironbutt, hello. Dronon says, Maupiti Island is a detective point-and-click adventure game from 1991, is an incredibly difficult to figure out. Yes. Speaking of which, before this, I was playing Murder Club by Rika Suzuki, another excellent older detective mystery game that is particularly known for being incredibly difficult. And I noticed the other day, as I was making some highlights, and we've done it. We've crossed the threshold. I'm clicking around to get exact numbers for you. So I had played Murder Club for 59 hours and 46 minutes. Admittedly, some of that was just me talking about things, but pretty much just under 60 hours of Murder Club to get through the game. We have now played Maupiti Island for 63 hours and 29 minutes. So I think it's fair to say that this is a significantly more difficult game, as challenging as Murder Club was. I still feel like there's a ton to go. But I thought that was funny, so I figured I would share. Derek Ironbutt, hello. Necromancy, good to see you. Puzzle, great to see you. Colinaire, Valis, more like Mope 3 Tuesday, am I right? Yes, correct. Almost to 69 hours, nice. We're very, very close. Silver says, still sitting over here, what do the numbers mean? Silver is referring to these numbers here, some of which are letters. At one point, we found this sheet of paper with this encoded message on it that also said, we wait the boat. It was actually below the message, but we determined last week that this could possibly be the actual encoded message in the rest of this block, but that's definitely just a guess at this point. So for anyone unfamiliar, just to give you the brief story here, we arrived on this island. We had to come here to avoid a hurricane on our way to Japan. And a woman named Marie has gone missing. And we've been asked by Maggie to investigate her disappearance. We've spent many times now, I think about 42 times, playing the same 2 days of game over and over in order to try to figure out what's going on here. There are a lot of interesting things going on. This encoded message we first found in a secret compartment in someone's cabin in a hollowed out radio. And then we later found that this message was originally inside this piano right here. Hype train complete at 63%. Thank you so much. I missed the actual resub messages. Somehow those just went right by me. Valis, thank you so much for 27 months of support. And Unsecret Crush, thank you so much for 27 months of support as well. That's a lot of months, y'all. Thank you. What was I saying? We found that message in the piano earlier in the day. So it seems like a guy named Roy took it out of the piano. Possibly he was not the intended recipient of this message, Go Robo, thank you so much for that gift sub. To Dr. CDC, yes, nice. A wonderful person and also a very good streamer. I've missed some chat messages here, so let me catch up here. Nina said, I'm going to lurk, but hope the stream is great. Always psyched to catch a bit of this game. Thank you again for stopping by. I think I was too distracted to give you a shout out. So let me address that now. Nina has been playing Shrekiro, or Sekiro if you prefer. I haven't been able to catch a lot of it, but I always enjoy her streams a lot. She's also a fantastic game developer. You should definitely check her stuff out if you have not. My Go Live message brought up Mind the Gap, which is a hint that Dronon gave us last week. And I think Mind the Gap is a message that sometimes appears at the bottom of the screen here in a certain room. So I'm guessing that's a hint to pay attention to that particular room. So that's going to be the first thing we try to figure out today. I've been trying to get through this without any hints, but we don't want to take the rest of my life to play the game. We would like to finish it eventually. So I have accepted some as subtle as possible hints, and Dronon has done a great job with that. I have made a list of possible nudges needed. It's not a huge list, just you're missing a lot of the helpful stuff. Yes, thank you for doing that. Dronon is also working on a guide for the game, which is very exciting. There's at least one guide available in French, which is the original language for this game, but not a lot of information available in English. So I'm very excited to check that out once I've finished the game. Thank you again, Go Robo. I appreciate the support. Dizevor, great to see you. Culinary says, I have a pretty good idea of who the intended recipient was. Interesting. So let's see. What did we figure out? We're pretty sure it was Bob that we spent some time hiding behind the plant in this room and determined that Bob was the last person in here alone. Before the message appears. We also saw that you can see it's very subtle, but the middle pedal on the piano is currently down. I'm trying to remember which way was which. I think maybe it went up once a message was inside the piano. So maybe the down position is indicating that someone wants a message. I don't know. I haven't quite figured that out, but there's clearly some meaning there, because I saw it shift right when we believe Bob did something with the piano. It's kind of hard to tell, even if you're hiding. Exactly what is happening at any given time. There's an observe command you can use, but that doesn't always catch whatever is going on. Piano technicians leaving crossword puzzles for each other. Perhaps that's it. Piano technicians are well known for lurking in potted plants. That's true. Dicebor says, is this your normal starting time? Because when I looked earlier, Twitch said you were going to start 2 hours ago. Oh, no, I'm so sorry. That was last week. I started early, and I completely forgot to update my schedule. I updated it on robotspacer.tv, but I guess I forgot to do the Twitch schedule. I try to keep them both correct, but sometimes I goof up. I'm sorry about the misunderstanding there. Trying to remember where that is so I can fix it right now, or at least keep the page open. I'll just keep that page open to remind me. So yeah, 9 p.m. Eastern is my usual starting time. Last week, I started a couple hours early so I could do a long stream and try to make some more significant progress, which we did. We also learned how to operate the piano, how to make it play songs. There's a coin slot on the right side here. And there are some coins lying around the island that we can put in there and pick a song to play. Unclear if that does anything other than give us an enjoyable tune to listen to. Unfortunately, I don't have any coins right now. Yeah, I appreciate you letting me know, DOSember. Okay, so let's see. It's currently it's noon. Okay. On the first day. So this is very early in the game. Okay, that's great. That's actually where we want to be. So does the pedal start down? I can't remember if we spent a lot last week investigating the pedal, but I maybe should have taken better notes. I do have a note. When does the piano pedal go down? Okay, so we didn't ever figure that out. We saw it go up, but we didn't see it go down. But maybe it's down at the beginning of the game. I do think it was like that when I first got here. And then we have our hint to mind the gap. So I think we're going to see if we can find a room that says that at the bottom when we enter. So let's start with that. $100 bottles of beer on the wall. Don't shoot the piano player. I've been trying to think of what room makes sense to say mind the gap at the bottom, and I do not know. An old colonial trading post. I kind of feel like it's one of the... I don't know why, but I feel like it's one of the ship interiors. But we're going to check the outdoor areas first. The dump. The North Sea. A suffocating mugginess. Also, like some of the messages at the bottom when you first enter a room are like, seem to be like, descriptive. Some of them are like in quotes and like referencing something, like I want to say sometimes like a movie or something like that. And it's been difficult to tell like if those references are meant to be meaningful in any way. But I've gotten so used to them that I've kind of tuned them out. I wish I might. At the well here. We still haven't really figured out much at all at the well here. Oh, there is a coin here. Let's grab that. We can play the piano later. Okay. Let's see. The pier, Maggie's. How do we get to the garden? You're alone. Wow, thanks, game. Yeah, it's kind of funny that it says that on the side. And then below that is our condition, which is currently great. And if we click on our condition, we get this kind of confusing message that basically tells us how far along in the game we are in terms of like finding secrets and stuff. Seems to be the case anyway. I guess we'll try going in here while we're here. Spicy scents, right? I can't remember where we can get to the garden from. There we go. Before original sin. The pier. Ship of Fools. Okay, let's start with let's start with our boat, because I kind of think it's on our boat, but I could be wrong. Pitching and rolling. Deus Ex Machina. Maybe I'm wrong. Home Sweet Home. Enjoy some brief music in here. Unfortunately, anytime we get music, it ends as soon as we go somewhere else. Sea breeze. Cologne water perfumed with ambergris. Ambergris? One of those, I think. Mind the gap. Let's see. So over here we have a fishy atmosphere. This room is interesting. This boat has obviously been damaged from the recent storm. We've got a box of explosives and also an unspent bullet on the ground here. Not sure what to make of that. Occasionally we can find someone in here, presumably working on repairs, but overall we haven't seen much happening in here. Same thing with the below decks area on our ship, which makes me feel like something will eventually happen on there. Oh. Bruce is here. Unfortunately, when someone is in their quarters, we go straight to this interface, so we can't see the text at the bottom. Dronon says, I'm hoping that Mind the Gap will combine with other stimuli to bring back an earlier memory. Interesting. What did I just do? I did the wrong thing. Hopefully we can get in some of these other cabins. A fetid odor. Roy's room is very stinky. Not entirely sure why it's so stinky. A handyman's bric-a-brac. Oh, right. We have lots of rooms at Maggie's that we haven't checked out. So let's go there, and then we have to remember to come back and check Bruce's cabin. Oops. Gosh, I did it again. They always switch the position of the choose on screen option, and it goofs me up all the time. Okay, intoxicating perfume that mounts to your head, which is an interesting image. Also, we noticed last week that this area over here is stinky. I don't know why. I don't know if it means anything when something's stinky. Maybe things are just stinky, just like in real life. This is Marie's room. The scene of the crime. Who knows why crime is in quotes? I guess we're casting doubt on whether any crime really occurred. Which, I mean, I guess we don't necessarily know. We just know she's suddenly gone. And it seems like she is probably gone against her will, but it's hard to be sure. A racy atmosphere in this room. Dank with the smell of crime. In here is Maggie's room. La Dolce Vita. Where the heck is Mind the Gap? When does that come up? Have I missed? Well, we haven't checked Bruce's room. Have I missed any others? Let's see. Oh, I accidentally went back here. We've spent a lot of time just wandering around here. Okay, it reeks of alcohol. What did we learn? Bruce had something of Marie's, a handkerchief. Yeah, there it is. A handkerchief. And it has an M embroidered on it, and we also got confirmation from some other people that it does belong to Marie. So previously, most of our evidence had pointed towards Roy, and I would say that's still 100% the case. Chris, we had found a little suspicious because he doesn't seem to really be a fisherman. He's not good at it. He seems to know almost nothing about being a fisherman. And he's probably a cop. Roy has also accused him of being a cop, or at least asked him if he's a cop. But he definitely seems like he's, here under false pretenses to try to figure out what's going on, or otherwise, get in on the situation and accomplish something. But then Bruce he's nervous a lot. He seems to be way more nervous about everything going on than anyone else. He wouldn't help get Juiced's body out of the water after he's murdered. Someone accused him of murdering Juiced. Basically because he's racist. He is the one that finds Marie's body, although I don't think that's really a strike against him. He shows signs of having thrown up after having done so, although I guess the fact that he's grossed out by it doesn't necessarily mean he didn't do it. But then this handkerchief is odd. I feel like we haven't been given any information that would explain why he would have this. Did we show it to Bruce? I can't remember if we tried that. We showed it to some other people to confirm whose it was. I think I showed it to Bruce accidentally, but I doubt he said anything especially useful about it. I was going to find my map of all the locations. That wasn't a racy atmosphere. They didn't even have a race car bed. That's true. Could be racier. Okay, so I've got a variety of maps and spreadsheets here. This is, I believe, all the rooms in the game. It's possible I've missed something. We went to North Beach. We went in front of and inside Juiced's. We went to the well. We went to the corridor of our ship. We checked all 3 of our rooms plus the hold. We went to the pier. We went to all 4 rooms here. We went to the garden. We didn't go to South Beach. We went to Maggie's, Marie's, piano, kitchen, bar, outside Maggie's, Sue and Anita's room. Okay, so I think South Beach is the only one we missed. We can't get to South Beach from here? I swear it's right nearby, isn't it? I guess it's not super close. Tropical heat. Okay. Put your hands on $40. So at some point early in the game, this $40 appears in this tree. Did I ever put that on the timeline? I bet I didn't. Money entry. Okay, at noon. And we believe Bruce puts it there, which I had forgotten about. It is also another reason to find Bruce a little suspicious. The money doesn't ever seem to leave the tree, as far as we can tell. Mind the gap. So, I think what we'll have to do at this point is just explore and keep an eye out for that message. Everyone has his cross to bear. It could be something that appears when I look at an item. A death? Yes, but only a dead bottle. Some currencies are non-migratory. Yeah. No comments. Not the shadow of a clue. That seems deep. It sure does. Volcanic rocks. Look out, you're on the wrong track. Your days and hours are numbered. That's a weird thing to say. Why does it say that when I look right there? Huh. Very weird. Nothing suspicious. Okay. Ominous indeed. You're pottering around. I am. I really am. Here's the door. Spicy scents. Open sesame. All right, this fish is something that has continued to puzzle me. Just because it has high-res art when we look at it. Careful, maybe it's a masterpiece. The window is stuck. You try, but it resists. Maupiti, Puzzle of the Fish. The guide's going well. It's up to 130K now. Just finished the spoiler section for individual rooms. Also discovered an extra useful detail in one place that I didn't know about before. Ooh, exciting. It's fun to find new things in a game that you are already very familiar with. Always enjoy that. Nothing suspicious. Hearts of Palm. Couch, you're on the wrong track. The Law of the Jungle. Okay. Coconut palm. In the wind. Distinguishing characteristics. None. You put your finger on it. Another scent for the piano. And presto. I guess the thing that makes sense to do now is continue poking around everywhere again. Like, we've searched everywhere so many times over, but I'm like constantly finding new things. And it seems like the best way to find that mind the gap message. If nothing else. Let's start north and then make our way south, maybe. Empty-handed. Oh, I guess it's just saying there's nothing there. Fishing line, seashell, coral. That's all. Hot on the scent of the trail. Indeed. What desolate emptiness. Sandy bottom. Also, for anyone unfamiliar, like these are all the actions we have. There's quite a few, and a number of these you can like click on any pixel in the current room. And often you will find something new by doing so. Like search and look at are the biggest ones, but also smell, sound, open, and less often, but occasionally, things like push, take, put, turn, and raise. Observe is just like a general thing that will tell you if there's something happening on the screen. So like at any given time, there's just a huge number of things we can do. And, you know, all the screens do change over time. New items appear. So there's a lot to keep track of and potentially miss. Seems weird that we can't search that HoopNet. Oh, my hands are full. I just wanted to look at that shell up close. It occurred to me that I've maybe never picked it up. I doubt it's super interesting, so we'll just drop it off again. Pretty sure I picked up this hook. Right. We asked if anyone found the hook interesting, and eventually learned that it was Juiced's hook, and that was about it. I don't think it is interesting. It's just a hook. Okay, let's go to the well, maybe. I actually don't know where the well is. It's near the pond. In my head, it's like west of the pond, but I have no idea if that's actually true. I guess I kind of clicked around here already. Not much has happened here. At one point, someone tries to arrange a meeting with Anita here at midnight on the first night. That person never shows. I believe that person to be Juiced, but it's difficult to be sure about that. Let's try the pond. Wait around the well until someone shows up, then you can follow them and find it on the map. Right. I have considered that as an option. It also doesn't seem super important to know where it is on the map. Maybe. Although maybe it is. Can't think of anything worth talking to Bob about, so I won't worry about that. Water is the healthiest drink. I really want to know more about this monkey statue. It has a message like carved on it, engraved on it, I guess. But it seems like it's missing a lot of letters and also is in a different language, probably. And it's been a long time since we've made any progress with that. For all I know, we'll never find out what it says. Also, I would love to get over closer to it to be able to look at it better, but this water goes up and down, but when it's down, the statue is basically surrounded by quicksand. And you will die if you try to go over to it. At the statue. Oh. What? Did it actually let me go over there? Okay. Interesting. Oh, the water was down? It didn't look like it was down. I didn't think I would die if I tried to do that while the water was up, and I swear there was still water there. Well, it's fine. Before going there, you should have examined the edges of the pond. You were sucked in, swallowed, and dissolved by the quicksand. That's one way to dig a grave. Yeah, dissolved is very interesting. Is this like acid quicksand? I'm sure it's fine. Okay, so we've started over. No big deal, honestly. I'm not going to bother to load a save. Home sweet home, once again. I'm trying to think of other things we could do. I guess I will say grip the tiller. Huh. I don't know what else to do there. This just seems like a weird message. Is it trying to point something out, or is it just a weird message? Certainly this game has lots of... Oh, it says it down there too. This game has lots of weird messages. Action stations, everyone on deck. Quite a forecastle. I was trying to say twice now, I think, Dronon, if you wanted to give me another subtle hint of something I could investigate, I wouldn't turn it down. This game is so hard. So hard. Let's see. My other note was, oh, right. We started over, so we should go immediately check and see if the pedal is down. We have wasted a little time, but not very much. Oh, okay. It's not. That's interesting. Let's go get the ashtray. I wanna look inside. I think I've already looked inside it right at the start of the game. But let's do some more experimenting here. So we have the ashtray, which we can put over here. And now we can open up this compartment, search it. We're getting negative points for doing this in front of Maggie, but that's okay. Okay, so the paper is there. Okay. Let's wait. Sue's here. Okay, we're alone. Let's hide in the plant again and see if we can figure out when this pedal goes down. There. When juice appears, interesting. And he's singing Maupiti, my lovely little island. Interesting. pedal goes down around 12:10, so it probably happens right at noon. Juiced is there. Singing PD. My lovely little island. Not sure which direction to point or what works better for you. Like a location with number of undiscovered verb use, stuff to build on earlier questions, or I've had an idea for a different kind of abstract nudge. Not sure if it'll help. Like I really don't know. Like it's hard for me to figure out how to ask more specifically what kind of nudge I want. I'm thinking. If you want to try that different kind of abstract nudge, that sounds interesting to me. So the pedal goes down. I'm going to go ahead and open this up. I'm pretty sure that nothing is in here. Yeah. So like my thought is that someone, presumably juiced, pushes down the pedal, and like this is some kind of signal. But that is the only thing that is different right now. It certainly seems to be the case. And then later, when the note appears inside, the pedal goes up, like at that same time. So you know what, this sheet appears here, that ends up in Roy's later. That's established. Could mind the gap be referring to the gap between the dock and the boats? That's what I thought at first. I want to say Dronon clarified that was not the right place. I'm like, someone thought that the text appeared at the bottom, and like, I don't know, that it does seem like a message that has appeared in the game at some point. I just absolutely cannot remember the context for it. If you could put yourself in Roy's place, from his perspective, what might he be thinking, doing, or be motivated between those 2 points? It's a good question. So did I mark down when it actually appears here? Five. I have a 5 written down, and that sounds right to me. So at 5 p.m., oh, the fucking book. So at 5 p.m. is when the note appears. At 6 p.m., 6:30, someone, I keep saying someone, it's definitely Roy. We determined pretty definitively that it's Roy, that breaks into Marie's bookcase. And it seems like they take a book. It's this bookcase here that has glass doors on it, and it's locked. I just want to make sure that I've tried to use Anita's key on that bookcase. Damn it, she's here. Maybe they're just a nerd. Could be. Xenolon, hello. How's the investigation going? That's a great question. It's kind of just getting started. I'm a little bit flailing right now. But I have faith that we'll eventually make some progress today. We've done so great the past few weeks, but I'm kind of lacking in things to do right now to try to make further progress. So it's 6:30. Someone breaks into this. Again, it's Roy. We know it's Roy. And they take, I think it's this book here. There's a book that is clearly missing after that happens. And then around 11 p.m. is when Roy apparently figures out how to get into the piano. Like Maggie hears a noise in the bar. If we are present at the time, we will get knocked out, which has generally been a sign that the murderer is doing something. At least from my perspective, I believe that is the situation. There's a cigarette butt on the ground right where the ashtray gets inserted in the piano to unlock the hidden compartment. So we know someone's been doing that. And then also that note goes missing at that point. Later at 1:30 in the morning, we can get into Roy's room because he leaves. He says he's sleeping, but he leaves to do something. And at that point, we can find the same note hidden in his hollowed out radio compartment. And that's when it has some additional text written on it that says, "We wait the boat." So we know Roy goes into that room, into Marie's room, and takes the book. Does that book have information about the piano? Or what? There's other interesting things in here that I haven't quite figured out the deal with. Big fish in a small pond. A cache. Are you an art lover? Your curiosity remains unsatisfied. Just want to look around a little first. We have a match on the ground there. The hidden underpinnings of the night. It's a tropical climate. Don't be pushy. Okay, so in here we have a jewel box, which has to be something interesting, I feel like. Imelozi Indivisibles. Which, shit, what did that translate to? Gemini... Twins and Indivisible or something like that? Twins and Indivisible. And it's got these stones in it that we can touch. And the game says the stones give way when you touch them. And we know that there are 2 medallions. It's like a trapezoid shape with a skull on it, and it has similar stones around the edge. And we get the exact message when we push those stones. And we were told that Just and Marie both had one of these medallions. So I believe that the inscription on this is referring to the 2 medallions, one of which we can find later. But I don't know what they are. I don't know what any of it means. Efton, hello. Were you able to hear the explosions last night? What explosions? Derek Ironbutt said, could the coded message be in the bookcase and Roy is trying to get it? Yeah, like I do kind of wonder now if, if that's something related to the piano or the message in some way. Yeah, I don't remember hearing anything exploding last night. Oh, there was a big industrial fire north of Detroit. Got it. I mean, that'd be pretty far away if it's north of Detroit. We're west of Detroit by like 30 miles-ish. I only check the local news, I don't know, maybe once or twice a week. So, yeah, I hadn't heard anything about it yet. Let's continue. And then we have this letter. Oh, right. This is the love letter. From Bob to Marie. So I don't have enough money to take you far away from Maupiti. Wait for me. I'll be back soon. I love you, Bob. From what we learned, it doesn't seem like Marie was too interested in Bob. But we don't fully understand that situation yet. And then we have a list of songs that can be played on the player piano. We know that Marie likes music a lot. She's often singing. The piano is hers. Also was brought here from... It was made in Chicago. And someone told us it was like brought here on a Egyptian boat or something. Yeah. 2 years ago. So yeah, like, I don't know if these are just songs she likes or if there's something meaningful here. The fact that this is hidden makes it seem like there must be more to it. It was a warehouse for vape industry supplies in Clinton Township. Oh gosh. Efton says, how's today's progress? Kind of counts as Mactober because you're playing DOS on a Mac, right? I guess not really. MARCHintosh is specifically a retro computing event, and this is a modern Macintosh, so it doesn't qualify as being relevant to the event. But at least it's a Mac. That counts for something. Hello, Deavor. Good to see you. Guess it all went up in smoke. AP Story quotes a person who lives in Sterling Heights and heard the explosions. I've been slacking on shoutouts as usual. But it's good to see Maupiti again today. It's always good to see Maupiti. Even when I'm struggling, I enjoy the game, and I don't mind that I'm struggling. Like, if I was playing on my own, I would be happy to just take my time. I think if I was playing on my own, I would probably be more like clicking wildly at this point. But like it always feels weird to just spend a whole stream not really making any progress. Although I do feel like if I was playing on my own, I would also be looking up hints at this point. Just because, like, this game, like, I admire a lot of things that it does, but it is definitely a little bit lacking in direction. Like, it needs just a little bit more things that are, reasonable to stumble across to get you pointed in the right direction for figuring out things. Every stream makes progress, yes. Been watching every single Maupiti stream and I'm 100% enjoying the journey. Thank you, Vervain. Also, hello. So, I guess I accidentally tried to sleep. This does look like a pretty cozy bed, I have to say. Mind the gap. Are you making an assessment? I'm always making assessments. What a mess. So we were thinking about Roy's, let's see, let me scroll back up and see exactly what Dronan said. If you could put yourself in Roy's place from his perspective, what might he be thinking, doing, or be motivated between those 2 points? The 2 points being, we know that the sheet of paper appears in the piano and then later ends up in Roy's cabin. I did want to look at what else we know about what Roy is doing during these times. So, interesting. He's at the monkey statue around like 5:30. He's at North Beach around 5. He's then at the monkey statue. And then he goes back to North Beach and he's talking to Sue there. And then he comes to Marie's room. And then he goes to the bar and then the pier. We should follow him at that point. 8 p.m. he's at the pier, or before that he's at the bar. But then we don't know exactly where he is until around 10:30 or so. He's at the bar and drinking heavily, or he's drunk already. But it would be good to fill in that gap. It's so helpful in writing the guide to hear the thought process. Nice. So that's what we know about Roy. And then it seems like after he finds the note in the piano, he goes back to his cabin. And he's either asleep or just doing stuff in his cabin. And then at 1:30 he leaves. And I'm relatively convinced he goes and kills Juiced around then. So why does he kill Juiced is an interesting question. I've honestly, I've been so focused on trying to learn things from the game. I don't think I've ever really taken the time to wonder about anyone's motivation. So if I'm so convinced that Roy is the murderer, what is his motive? I can't help but think it's some sort of I've been trying to find something that ties the whole monkey statue. There's clearly stuff on the island that is interesting and separate from the mystery we've been asked to investigate, right? But I feel like it probably ties together somehow. So I wonder if maybe there's some I don't know, hidden treasure or something. Just it feels like there's got to be something going on with the monkey statue. There's got to be something with the medallions, with the skull and the little stones on them and the jewelry box. I don't know if maybe, Roy, has learned about that and, is found out that there's something valuable that he wants. There's a lot of mentions of white slavery in the game, and that could be related to Marie's disappearance. I don't know if Roy could be involved in that, but I guess I'm a little bit inclined to think that there's something different happening here, or at least this situation is a little bit different somehow. But Marie goes missing first. And if we're assuming Roy is involved in that, I honestly, I don't know. Then, does he learn something about Juiced? I'm trying to figure out, so we've been told that Marie and Juiced both have one of these medallions, right? So they're there's some connection between the two of them, I guess. And then, Roy is snooping around Marie's room at 6. And then after that, he goes and finds this note in the piano. And then after that, so he finds the note in the piano, and then he goes back to his cabin, and he's probably spending time deciphering the note in his cabin, right? And he figures out what it says. We wait the boat, and then he goes and kills Juiced. And we now know, like, just push the pedal down. But it seemed like Bob was the one present when the note appears. I don't know. Another thought I've had is, like, I don't know if it's possible the piano, like, somehow has a mechanism that's, like, creating this coded message, or what. Ansu Crush says, debris from the vape explosions traveled as far as a mile from the site. A bystander was just watching the fire a quarter-mile away, was struck by something and died. Holy shit! What? Jesus. I'm anti-vaping now. Same, apparently. God. Saw something about unidentified illegal canisters being bedded in cars and sidewalks. Jesus. Who steals the book from Marie's room? I'm pretty sure it's Roy. At one point, we followed Roy. For a long time, I thought it was Chris, just because we had seen him outside the building before the bookcase gets broken into. But eventually, I followed Roy, and we saw him come in here at just the right time. And also, that matches up with... any other time we get knocked out or killed just for being in a certain place at the wrong time, it has turned out to be Roy that does that. At least I'm pretty convinced of that. And this is another case where that happens if you're in Marie's room at that time. So that all matches up. And it also fits with kind of what I had been thinking about Chris. Like, he kind of seemed like he was... if anything, like investigating Roy and trying to, uncover whatever Roy is doing. I would guess that he's trying to learn something about the white slavery situation. Is that before or after Roy got the note from the piano? That's before. So 6:30 is when he breaks into the bookcase here. And the book goes missing. We still haven't ever figured out what that book is. I've been trying to, like, see if there's somewhere we can find it or something. For all I know, like, Roy has it with him the whole time, so there's no way we can get it. But I would love it if I could figure out. But yeah, 6:30, the bookcase is broken into, and then 11 p.m. is when he seems to figure out the piano mechanism. I would say we're not 100% sure he's the one that does that, but he's in the area, and we know he's the next person we've seen with the note. So I see no reason to doubt that. But I would love to kind of follow him more and kind of confirm that. Got pajamas with cigarette holes in them. I guess we're done here. Don't think my idea works then. I was thinking maybe the note is using a book cipher and the book was the key. And my best guess about decoding the note is that it uses the piano sheets, which appear to be like sheets of paper with punched holes on them. So, like, you put that over the note, and then certain letters, most of the letters get covered, and then the letters that appear through the holes show you the message. It's possible the book could be related, like the book could you know, like I don't know if it's like it could be a diary or something like that. It could be, you know, maybe it's just a book of different like ways of encoding messages, and maybe, you know, something like is earmarked in it or something that helps Roy figure it out. But I feel like there's decent odds that it's related, or that it somehow helps Roy figure out the piano situation. Had to go walk the dogs. Miss Robot Space for solving the murder. Absolutely not. I've mostly just been talking about, been trying to piece together like the whole situation here, and like what, trying to make sense of Roy's motives, and kind of figure out what's going through his head through all this. I don't know how successful I've been at doing that, but I do feel like I made at least a decent attempt to try to make sense of it all. Mind the gap. Hours and days are numbered. Does mind the gap? This doesn't say anything when we look at it. That's interesting. I feel like some notes, when we look at them, it says something at the bottom. I was wondering if maybe mind the gap is something that appears when we look at one of the notes. Okay, yeah, they do. I guess it often says a little reading. I'm just looking at the few screenshots I have saved on my desktop here. It's only a couple. Did we figure out the numbers and I missed it? I mean, my best theory about the numbers is that when we find the note the second time in Roy's room, it says we wait the boat on the bottom. And I feel like that might be the encoded message. Because that's not there when it first appears in the piano. But you didn't miss anything as far as that goes. Does Roy go to the dock after that? First of all, what time is it? Okay, it's 3. We got lots of time. So let's see. Let's talk about Roy's entire journey as far as we know it. So at the start of the game, he is in his cabin. Later, he's hanging out on the pier. Eventually goes to Maggie's for some lunch. Around this very time, he goes to Marie's room. Let's see if we can say hello to him there right now. Yep, there's Roy at the scene of the crime. Roy's sitting on the bed. He's picking his nose. Right, I forgot about that. Let's talk to Roy. After this, he will go back to the saloon. Yes. Around 5, he's on North Beach, and then he goes to the monkey statue. And then he goes back to North Beach and talks to Sue. Around 6:30, he's in Marie's room. He breaks into the bookcase. Then he's seen at the bar and the pier after that. And then there's a little bit of a gap in his known whereabouts. Closer to 11, he is at the bar getting drunk. He's outside Maggie's briefly, and then eventually he figures out the piano mechanism somewhere between like 11 and midnight. Then he goes back to the boats, into his cabin. At 1:30 p.m. Sorry, a.m. He leaves his room. I don't think we've seen him outside of his room during that time, so we can only speculate based on other information where he goes. But I believe he goes and kills Juiced. So like he goes to Juiced's house, and then he comes back and probably dumps the body off the pier, and then goes back into his cabin at around 2:30 a.m. Then I assume he's actually sleeping for a little while until around 5 a.m. Sorry, I'm trying to decipher my notes here. There's some text that's kind of mashed all together. Bruce and Roy tell Anton he's dreaming or drunk about the strongbox. Okay, so at 5, Anton notices the strongbox in the pond by the monkey statue, and he goes and tells everybody about it. He finds it really interesting. But then for whatever reason, Bruce and Roy tell him he's just making things up. Which, yeah, I don't know. That's starting to seem like another maybe reason to distrust Bruce. Like I like what we know about Roy. I'm not surprised he has something to do with the strongbox and would act like it doesn't exist. But Bruce backing him up on that is interesting. Then he goes into his cabin. Then he comes back out in the pier, and around 8 a.m. And again around the second day here, he goes to the pond, and we've lost sight of him while trying to follow him. Later goes back to his cabin in the pier. Around 10 a.m., Chris and Roy are on South Beach, and someone shoots at them. It seems like they're aiming at Roy, as best as we can tell. I still don't really know who that is or why they're doing it. Yeah, I don't know. The was because, I had the thought that, like, I don't really know what's going on with Marie. I suspect she is still alive. At least earlier in the game. So my thought was maybe she is shooting at Roy because she knows Roy killed Juiced. I don't know. Maybe, like, Anita has been accused of being the lady in black. So maybe it's Anita, but I don't know. But regardless, they get shot at around 10:30 a.m. And then there's another little bit of a gap in schedules. Later, around noon, Roy's at North Beach, and then Juiced's. He actually spends a while at Juiced's, and then goes to the pier around 3 p.m. Around 4, he's at the garden with Chris and Bob. They're all talking. Then he goes back to the pier, spends a long time at the pier, and leaves there at 9:30 and goes to his cabin, I guess. And that's kind of the last. That's pretty close to the end of the game at that point. So that's Roy's whole timeline as far as I know. Is the message weigh the boat or wait the boat? I don't know. Oh, the encoded message. We wait the boat. WAIT. Also, now I understand your question. Wait the boat or wait the boat. WAIT. So yeah, like it's a confusing message. Like, I don't know if it's meant to say we wait for the boat. We're like, it seems like it's trying to communicate that they're waiting for a boat. But you know, for all we know, it's, you know, mistranslated. I don't know how likely that is. It also could be that the English is just a little weird because it, you know, was originally a French game. Okay. We were going to talk to Roy, I guess. What you doing?
I'm looking for Anita.
In Marie's room. Sure.
I didn't pay attention. I was thinking of something else.
Let's ask Roy his just entire timeline so far, since we've been talking about it.
I didn't notice anything, Mr. Lang.
We have two ways to ask about. We can ask him his schedule or what he's noticed at any given time of the day.
I didn't see anything out of the ordinary.
Both can potentially be useful.
Chris got up late. I had to start work without him.
And of course, some people might lie.
I'm looking for Anita.
Misclicked.
Bruce seemed nervous.
So we've been told.
The atmosphere was tense during lunch.
I guess we did that one already.
I didn't pay attention. I was thinking of something else.
So now let's try scheduling.
We were at sea.
Oh, I guess I missed. Oh, okay. I didn't click on a time.
I was sleeping. I was working on deck. I didn't see anything out of the ordinary.
Okay, that's what I thought. I don't know if this is anything. But he says he's sleeping, and then also that he didn't notice anything out of the ordinary, which seems a little odd. So let's get him to tell us he's sleeping.
I was sleeping.
And then remind him of what he just said.
I don't see what you are getting at.
Okay. I didn't expect to get anywhere with that, but it seemed worth trying. I mean, it's an entire hour, so, you know. And also, like, obviously, if he's sleeping, he wouldn't notice anything out of the ordinary. Let's see, where did I leave off? We wait the boat.
Working on deck.
Thank you for typing that in chat.
I was working on deck.
I really wish we could just, like, stay on the same screen.
The atmosphere was tense during lunch.
I went into the wrong thing. Like, having to click so many times just to get to the questions.
I was eating.
Makes it easy to goof up.
I was with Sue.
Oh, with Sue. Do we know that? from 2 to 3 with Sue. Okay. Yeah, I don't think that was especially illuminating, but
I'm listening.
oh well. Still on the bed picking his nose. Let's wait. He's probably going to leave, yeah. I didn't want to waste a ton of time on it, but I figured it was worth seeing if he ever does anything. Let's see. I wanted to get the key from Anita's room. Okay, she's outside now, so she won't be in there. All right, and we discovered a clasp on the ground here. No idea if that's meaningful. You're potted. Dust. A suffocating atmosphere. Revolver, a necklace, chloroform. Newspaper. We'll go ahead and read that because that unlocks a topic. $5. Okay. What is that? I think it's probably just an uninteresting detail. I'm just trying to understand what it is exactly. Just part of the window. What are these people doing? Nothing remarkable, apparently. You're going to attract the evil eye. The blue room. Man, I would love to get in that room. Why can't I break the bookcase is what I want to know. Nothing noteworthy. Oops, that's not what I wanted. Let's see, it's almost 5. So that'll be when the note appears in the piano. Let's actually go back there. Okay, so it should be in there now. And the pedal should be up. And Bob is here. Nothing to report. Oh, right, 5:30 is when it appears. Or, wait. Maybe? My notes just said 5, but maybe it is 5:30. Nothing remarkable. Even though this is going to get me negative points, I'm going to go ahead and check. Okay, so there's nothing in there now. What if I just leave that open? No comment. Interesting. So I'm pretty sure, like, we see no evidence of Bob doing anything. Let's talk to him and ask what he's doing. I'm sure he's not going to tell us that he's doing anything, but.
What do you want? I'm having a drink.
Once I was playing a hidden object game and it wouldn't let me break through a glass door into a house. I had to find another way in. But once I was inside, the game let me break a glass cabinet. I was so mad. Yeah, that is kind of, it can be infuriating when a game like won't let you do what is an obvious solution to a problem. And it's drastically worse when, you know, it lets you do something very similar in a different scenario. I feel like that has to be a very difficult part of making games. Just trying to both anticipate what people will want to do and then, like, you know, find a way to make a puzzle difficult that, you know, wouldn't have an easy way to, like, work around it like that.
I was looking for clues about Mary's death.
And did you notice any?
Nothing special. I was talking to Maggie. I was strolling around.
Oh, okay. And now the pedal is up. And Bruce and Roy are also here. Maybe she's already dead, says Bob. I should have agreed. So that is referring to some notes you can find in Bob's room. One says, shipment tomorrow Monday during the night. Place will be indicated to you by the next time. If you agree, hoist the yellow flag, Lady in Black. And then there's a follow-up note that says, I'm disappointed, counted on your boat. Embarrassing situation. Have to take serious measures. Accept my offer or I will no longer be responsible for Marie's life. So these serious measures, we don't really understand what these notes are about. The shipment tomorrow, Monday during the night, lines up with when the strongbox appears in the pond. So I feel like that's almost certainly related. I would be surprised if it's not. But that's kind of all we know about that. So clearly Bob has been helping the lady in black, or doing things for her. I guess maybe that's not a given, but clearly she wanted him to do something and thought that he would agree to it for whatever reason. But then he didn't agree. He didn't hoist the yellow flag to show that he agreed. So then the lady in black had to take serious measures. And I assume that is when Marie went missing. Accept my offer or I will no longer be responsible for Marie's life. It could also be that Marie had already gone missing before that point. I guess it's kind of hard to tell exactly when her disappearance lines up with these notes. But, clearly there's a threat on Marie's life here. Like, it sounds like the lady in black is not threatening to kill her, just threatening to no longer protect her or something. Oops. Gotta open it before we search it. Search, not read. So here's our encoded message. We have a variety of letters, numbers, and punctuation. It's every line is, was it 16 characters across? Yeah. And then we have 11 lines. And later when we find this note in Roy's cabin, it says, we wait the boat. And like if we're assuming that a sheet from the piano gets overlaid on this to relay the message, that does work out. So we have W, E, W, A, I, T, T, H, E, B, O, A, T. So like all the letters are there in the correct order to potentially reveal that message. Let's... What does Roy say about this message?
Yes.
Roy, how dare you interrupt the music? Oh, I didn't actually take it.
I'm listening.
I just read it. Oops. Oh, dang it. Another gone. Oh, well. Let's see what Maggie says. Epic fail.
You need me for something, love. That's Marie's. I don't understand.
It's a safety pin. Tell me what you think about it. Come on. Nothing to say about Anita's key. Sent.
The piano works automatically when you put in tokens.
That's funny. I could have simply shown a penny to someone this whole time and we would have figured out the piano. Sheet of paper.
You think that's a clue?
I do. Do you not?
I'm working. Bruce seemed nervous.
When does Bruce not seem nervous?
Bruce seemed nervous.
Huh. I think that was a different time I clicked on.
I didn't notice anything, Mr. Lang. Everything was as usual. The atmosphere was tense during lunch.
Everyone agrees that lunch was tense.
I didn't see anything out of the ordinary. I didn't notice anything, Mr. Lang. Nothing special.
Hello, Hinton. Hinton says, hi, Robot DOS Guy Mac version. That's correct. I hope you're doing good. Let's see. I think we got all of the current day.
The bamboo dropped anchor. The hold is damaged.
Okay. Now we'll do scheduling.
At 7 o'clock I knocked on Marie's door. She wasn't there. I noticed that the window was broken, but I wasn't worried. At 8:30 Bob came to see me with the letter. Marie had been kidnapped.
How have I never asked that? Like, honestly, I haven't been super thorough with asking about all the different time periods just because there's so many. But it's especially funny, like, Maggie is the one that asks us to investigate Marie, and apparently I never asked her what she noticed the night before. So that's interesting. Did we ask Bob that? Like, I'm wondering if the note she mentions, is that what we found in Bob's cabin? From the Lady in Black?
I'm listening.
That's not what I wanted you to repeat.
Last night while I was fixing Marie's tea, I had to go out for a few minutes. When I came back, the cup had been moved. I didn't think it important at the time.
Oh. That was a different message that we... Huh. Okay, so was the other one asking scheduling?
I went to the beach as usual.
Wait, she said two different things for the same question? Oh, shit. Oh, this is two different options. I've never noticed that. There's the 30th during the day and the 30th at night. It's hilarious that I Took 15 weeks to notice that.
Last night while I was fixing Marie's tea, I had to go out for a few minutes. When I came back, the cup had been moved. I didn't think it important at the time.
So someone did drug Marie then, I think. We had already suspected that. At least there being two different options for the 30th is better than getting different responses to the same question.
The bamboo dropped anchor. The hold is damaged. I went to the beach as usual.
Okay.
At 7 o'clock I knocked on Marie's door. She wasn't there. I noticed that the window was broken, but I wasn't worried. At 8:30 Bob came to see me with the letter. Marie had been kidnapped.
Okay. So this is pretty crucial information. Like, it doesn't really tell us a lot, but it does confirm some things. Like, it's pretty likely she's been kidnapped. We pretty much suspected that. Why wasn't she worried about the window being broken? That seems so odd. And then the tea cup being moved. So when Marie's body is found, I found my notes on that. Like, it's clear she's been murdered, but that there was no sign of a struggle. She was drowned, but there was no sign of violence. It was not an accident. This is what Bob tells us, at least, when we ask about the body that gets found on South Beach. So when we got that message, we started thinking she must have been drugged. Does that mean, like, it's hard to know when she dies exactly? Like, it could be that she, was already dead at the start of the game. So she gets drugged, she's taken from her room, and then dumped in the water somewhere and drowns. And then it just takes a couple of days for the body to wash ashore. That could especially make sense if, like, the body is dumped in the water away from here somewhere. Like, we've wondered if Roy's cabin is so stinky because there's a dead body in there or something. So, like, maybe he had Marie's body in his cabin and then dumped it in the water the night before, and then it eventually washes ashore. Dronan says that's 7 o'clock the following morning. Let me read that message again. Where was that?
At 7 o'clock I knocked on Marie's door. She wasn't there. I noticed that the window was broken, but I wasn't worried. At 8:30 Bob came to see me with the letter. Marie had been kidnapped.
Got it. Okay. So 7 in the morning, she knocks on Marie's door. Okay. And then at 8:30, Bob brings the note, and then around 10:30, I think, is when the game starts. Okay. But then the night before is when the thing happens with the tea.
I miss her. She was like a daughter to me.
Did that possibly unlock any topics? Learning about the tea. No. Okay.
Everyone adored her.
I guess I can just look at my notes to remember what she says about this stuff. Everyone adored her. Not enough girls in the busy season. Tea before bed. She prepared for. Also, now it makes like when we were starting wondering if the tea was drugged. Like it seemed weird that Maggie went out of her way to point out that she was the one that prepared the tea. But now we have more context for all that.
She has the odd habit of drinking a cup of tea before bed. I prepared it for her myself.
Is that really that odd? Oh no, something's happening. I might be getting a game over. I have been snooping a lot out in the open. We're probably getting a game over. Yeah. That's fine. I figured that would happen. I'm just thinking about Mind the Gap while clicking around mindlessly. Normal stuff. Let's I'm gonna let's see. I already have one. I started making a list, a kind of a to-do list for the game at one point. Yeah. I guess I'll just continue this. It's kind of out of order. I'm thinking. It would be nice to start kind of piecing together like an optimal playthrough. Like it seems a little bit weird to do that, but also I feel like if we start figuring out ideal times to do things, you know, that we know are relevant, that like get us percentage points, that unlock topics, stuff like that, it will be easier to, you know, eventually make progress, even if that's not super important right now. Like at this point, we don't need a perfect playthrough, but I feel like eventually we'll want to try to, do all the things we know how to do all at once. I'm just trying to figure out how to approach this the best way. Bruce smokes on the bamboo's deck. He has circles under his eyes and his skin is gray. Interesting. So like, kind of seems like he's real tired and not feeling great. So things we want to do early on. Grab the binoculars from Bruce's room. Since he's out here, we can do that first. And it's 10:25 right now. Is it? Does it get us points to read this? Also, is it maybe worth going over this again? I ran into Rousseau in the harbor master's office in the port of Mahi. Learned I was looking for a sailor to replace Victor. He recommended a certain Chris who was at the Irishman's Tavern with a glass of rum. Hired him. When I got back to the bamboo, Roy criticized me for having hired Chris without consulting him. Bruce. New man doesn't know anything about navigation, not even the fundamentals. We'll put him off at Maupiti. I'll let Bruce in on it. Other than that, nothing to note. First mate. A shark followed us for several hours. While trying to harpoon it, Chris nearly fell overboard, but fortunately I was there to save him. Dogfish would have had him in a single gulp. Now we're calmly on the way to Maupiti, the first mate. January 30th, the storm came up suddenly. The hull is creaking everywhere. With each wave, I have the feeling that the boat is going to come apart. I'm going to try to bring the bamboo back. Maybe this is my last message. Later, we dropped anchor at 11 p.m. We ran into a wreck. There was damage to the hull. The first mate. 31st, the boat is immobilized for several days. Roy spoke to me about Chris. I will decide later. Bruce. And that's the end. So I think I'm going to start another to-do list. 10:30 a.m. Bamboo's log. Get binoculars. Continue. Take sextant, compass. That's all. Okay. And then other things we can do early on. Get Anita's key. I know she's in her room for a while. I'm just going to write a note. Get $35. If we ever need money, it's a good idea to do that right at the beginning of the game. But since I've never found a situation where it seemed like we needed that, I haven't been bothering to do it every time. There's stuff we can do in Marie's room right away. And we want to try the locked room right away. Okay, so let's go over there and do that. Let's see. I don't think we can get into any... Oh, no, she's out. Okay, great. So it's 10:50. Let's see. Is the newspaper in here? I can't remember if that's here or... I guess we'll go ahead and take this class, but I feel like it's not important, but I'm worried Anita's going to come back in here. Okay, there's the newspaper. So we take the key, read the paper. Okay, and then we can try the locked door. And then we need to talk to Maggie about that to unlock the, to learn about Lucie. There's stuff we can do in Marie's room, although I don't know if that's super important. I guess we'll go ahead and do that now. So we can look at this. I guess we'll take it and we'll read the two notes. And then I don't know, like there's a bunch of little things we can find in here, like this bracelet. I don't know if that's worth looking at. 5% of the clues. T for 2. So now that we know that this has been tampered with, I guess. I feel like I've already tried to investigate it as much as I could. We can smell it and see that it has a slight odor of camphor. We can't take it. I think we've tried... Oops, I didn't mean to wait. I don't think we have any way to like dust for prints or anything. Yeah, that's it. Your finger on it. What? Huh. Can I not actually take the match? Oh, I'm trying push. I thought I had to take. Okay. I don't think this is an interesting item to take, but... And then I don't think looking at the bookcase really accomplishes anything right now. I was wondering if Dronon was perhaps referring to this gap here after the book has been taken, when they said mind the gap. I don't know. Oh, right. We should look at these things. Seems useful to notice that at least. Thank you, Dizewar. You're welcome. Pajamas. Cigarette holes. The perfume of American tobacco. Jump scare. It didn't jump scare me, but thank you for trying. If you really want to jump scare me, I feel like a scream is the way to do it. but it'll probably just make me think I'm doing something wrong. Because Unsecret Crush uses that to remind me that like I'm on the wrong scene or my microphone is off or something. Hello, highly non-trivial. Boo to you as well. Thank you for the oofta, F-Tom. Okay, I think we've looked at most of the important things here. Open Sesame. I enjoy that we can just open the door and look outside. Like, having opened the window and the door, like, I just, like, it gives a feeling of we're in this room, there's lots of breeze coming in. It's just kind of interesting thing to be able to do. I have a weird memory about where Mind the Gap text was, but it doesn't make any sense why it would be there. I will allow you to share that information if you would like to. I am very curious what you're thinking of and whether it's correct. I feel like it's going to take me a million years to find it. So, all right. There's also the stone in Marie's room. That seems good to notice, even if we don't necessarily need to take it. The kitchen. I was kind of wondering about that too. Let's go back and examine the kitchen. This stone seems interesting, but I don't know what its deal is. Okay. Let's do a save in case we end up wasting some time here. I feel like this is a decent playthrough of the first couple hours here. Okay. Let's go check out the kitchen. Mind the gap in the kitchen. Like, I was thinking about that earlier when I was like looking at these things on the wall. I thought maybe it was something that came up when I looked at the calendar or something. But that didn't seem to be the case. So let's look around at everything here. Play your games. Put out your cigarette. Hick. To your health. Water is the healthiest drink. There's no proof to put under a magnifying glass. You're pottering around. You're potted. Your intuition tells you there's something funny going on, which is such a weird thing to say when I look at a ladle hanging up. Curtains. It's curtains for you. A suffocating atmosphere. What's in your oven? I think it's empty. Thanks for asking, though. Okay. Search. Nothing special. The best soup comes from old pots. A serviceable pot. It's already open. Oh, Juiced is here. What a mess. What a mess. Okay. Okay. Good night, Davor. Thanks for hanging out. Sleep well. Water is a valid drink? I think so. Specifically in that back area on the left side here. Interesting. I remember using sound a bunch back here. Really don't know what to do anymore. Zing, zing. You're getting warmer. Not striking. Nothing illuminating. There's something inside. Can we search those? Nothing special. You're getting your hands dirty. Juice sings Maupiti, my lovely little island. Of no interest whatsoever. You can't have everything. Can't take it with you. Oh, Hinton. I'll do my best. It could take some time, honestly. But thank you for the coins for Karen redemption. I did mean to turn that off. Oh, my hands are full. My memory is probably failing me. Culinary seemed to agree. If you have any more specific ideas. Dronon says, we may need to go back to the location type of nudges, maybe room and number of unfound things, which is slightly less vague. Yeah, I do feel like I'm clearly a failing at your extremely subtle nudges. So if you want to give me, like, your suggestion of focusing on the bottom floor at the at Maggie's building here was pretty helpful and eventually helping me discover the ashtray situation. Like, I love the way that worked out. So if you want to try something like that, I invite you to give me another hint at this point. What are you in the mood for? I don't know how to answer that. It says, I'm going to redeem it. This isn't on me. That's fair. I take full responsibility. That doesn't take. What am I in the mood for? I caught the hint. Was that the hint? How about a location rich in discovery potential? That sounds great. Maggie's room? You thought that was the hint. Okay. I was wondering if that was perhaps referring to something. Maggie's room, you say? Okay. I haven't gone back to Maggie's room a lot. Damn it, she's in here.
You wanted to see me.
We can simply wait until she's gone. Let me look at her schedule here. Which is a bit tricky because she wanders in and out over the course of the day. Yeah. Like, I feel like her being in here a lot is part of the reason I haven't spent more time in here. But also, like, I felt like I did a pretty good job exploring it early on. And haven't been compelled to come back too often. I do feel like I came back at least once and did another decent clicking around, but clearly I'm missing things still, so we'll spend some more time on it. It's 1:00. So, okay. So we should have, if we wait half an hour or so, we should have a good block of time here to spend in there. Great. Okay. Let's get to it. I don't know that we found much at all in here so far, so this will be interesting to see what we can discover. I guess I'll start with the more obvious things that we've already poked at. Oops. We'll open everything up. I do remember trying to, like, look in the clock. Yeah, I can't open the clock. Let's see, we can open up the window. It's a tropical climate. We can open the door, open sesame. I like how it's just a blue void outside of Maggie's room. Non-drinkable water in the pot. That's kind of interesting. Like, what is that? What would that be for if it's not drinkable? And here we have a catalog. What lovely linen. Glasses. Nothing special. Nothing suspicious on the glasses. Some writing paper. Nothing written on it. Without interest or unreadable. Can we? Okay. I was like, maybe if I click on the corner here, we can like turn the page. But I guess not. Washing hands. Yeah, I suppose that makes sense. Okay, so that was the first drawer. A first aid kit. Stinks of ether. Interesting. A mirror. You don't find any clues in particular. That's it. A lamp. Nothing illuminating. Without interest or unreadable. Nothing suspicious. A Bible. Bound in fine leather with gilt-edged pages. Without interest or unreadable. The odor of holiness. Nothing special. Can't even look at what's bookmarked. A lamp for following people in the dark. If it accomplishes that in some way, well, you know, now that I'm saying this out loud, I don't know that I've ever tried simply having a lamp on me while trying to follow someone at night. It'd be funny if you can do that, and I just didn't think to try it this whole time. There are certain items like keys where they're just kind of used automatically if I have them. So that does seem possible that having a lamp on me could serve some purpose. Let's drop the clasp and take a lamp. And then we'll try to follow someone once it gets dark. I support this as long as it gets you killed. That's the dream. Okay, let's search under here. Nothing to gain from that. Searching in the dark. Achoo, you'll turn to dust. Search under the pillows. A clue? Ah! A truncheon under the pillow. Interesting. We found a truncheon somewhere else, right? Where was that? Oops. Who had a truncheon? Ah, Roy. Truncheon is a funny word. If I make no remark regarding such, it means you haven't discovered everything yet. Yeah, it sounded like from what you said, there would be at least a couple of things, if not multiple. If not several, rather. Is it just a BD stick? Yeah, pretty much. It's just a... I mean, as far as I know, it's basically just a weapon to threaten and or hit people with. A short, thick stick carried as a weapon by a police officer, typically. It is carried as a compliance tool and defensive weapon by law enforcement officers, etc. Is it slightly flexible? Like this one to me looks like it's like a hard rubber thing. I don't know. Like I feel like that is sometimes the way this type of thing is made, but I'm not much of an expert on truncheons. Let's look at it. No clues in particular. Surface is smooth. That's all. So I'd be interested to, let's drop off the brooch. And take that. Okay. I'm just curious what Maggie will say if I show that to her. Okay, let's continue searching. We've looked in this drawer many times, so let's check it out again. We have some sleeping pills, which now that we're, like, we've confirmed, there have been multiple things to suggest that Marie was drugged, right? I wouldn't say we've confirmed it, but we've gotten multiple pieces of evidence to point in that direction. So now that we know that these sleeping pills are perhaps of greater interest, no smell. But the fact that Maggie has sleeping pills is kind of all we have. Like, it doesn't seem like there's any way we can confirm what Marie was drugged with, at least that we found so far. A clasp. And that's all. Okay. So I think that covers most of the stuff we had previously found. Let's do some more searching in various places. I really want to find something in the clock, apparently. I don't know what is going on here exactly. Is this some kind of face? Oh, it's a lamp. Okay. To light your lamp. The paint is flaking off. I get very suspicious now whenever the game tells me this message. Because that ended up being really important in figuring out the whole piano thing. But I feel like it's probably not always that important. What can we do here? Sounds hollow. I mean, it is. It clearly is. I tried searching it already, right? Yeah. Handle with care. Fragile. It's light. Okay. Huh. Are you making an assessment? I'm trying. Yeah, I don't know. I got nothing here. Is that a chamber pot? Like, that was my best guess. Does this place not have plumbing? Let's see. I'm trying to think of any indications of plumbing that we have seen anywhere. I don't think we have encountered any conclusive information one way or another. But the presence of this pot in this location makes me think chamber pot. But it also, like, the game does nothing to tell us that's what it is. And now I'm thinking about, like, it seemed I have no idea if this is correct, but I would think that if a place has electricity, like you would think you'd have plumbing before electricity. Like, I don't know, it just seems simpler to me. But I could be wrong. Maybe someone enjoys a giant cup of soup before bed, perhaps. Pitcher that's not for drinking must be for a wash basin. Do not smell it. I mean, it doesn't smell like anything. Searching in the dark. The base unscrews and opens. A key. Did we finally find the key to Lucie's room? Please say yes. Oh, I gotta drop something to take it. Damn it. Is there anything else? That's it. Okay. We got a key. Oh, I wonder if maybe we need Anita's key and this key. Let's drop the binoculars. Okay.
Thanks.
Thank you for the thanks. Why didn't you find this 100 hours ago? I wasn't even playing the game then. We're only up to like 71 hours at this point. No, wait. Less than that. 65 maybe? Key. Okay. I do wonder if there's other things in there that we haven't found, but for now, I gotta try this key. It's locked. God damn it. God damn it. It's locked. Son of a bitch. Are you for real? It's fucking locked. Oh, the bookcase. Could it be for the bookcase? It's locked. Damn it. Damn it. Come on. Oh, come on. What is this key for? I tried put key. Let's drop it off so we can examine it better. Look at nothing. Read nothing. Smell nothing. Touch. Nothing special. Take. Novelty red herring keys. God. We now have two keys that we do not know the use for. The key to Anita's room and this key. So we were told that when a room isn't occupied, such as Lucie's room on the left here, Maggie double locks it. So I've been kind of thinking we would need two keys to get in there. But we now have two keys. One we found in Anita's room, and the other one that we just found in Maggie's room. So, like, you know, it seems quite possible that these could be the correct keys, but it's not letting me open the door. Yeah, I do have both in inventory right now. So we have, let's see. This is the key we just got. And then the other key Oops. Yeah, like this has to be Anita's key because you can't get Juiced's key until later. And at one point I verified that you don't even have to be holding a key to use it. So I don't think that's important. I'm trying to think. I don't think we've found anything else that's locked. All door keys work automatically as long as they're in your inventory. Right. All right. Damn. Did your light go out? Rude. Was the window to Lucie's room locked with a key or just never locked? If we try to... Oh, Maggie and Bob are both here right now. That's interesting. Oh, okay.
Always under my feet.
I guess because I had some text up, it didn't take me to this instantly. Chamber pot party. Maggie and Bob are both here. It's too bad I didn't know they were coming. I could have tried hiding to see what they were going to talk about. Okay. I'm going to show her the key.
I don't feel like talking.
Oh, right. Well, I'll do my best.
You never know, it could turn out to be useful.
Sure. Oh, okay. So that's the weird glitched message that says she doesn't have anything to say about it, basically. Did we ever ask her about the jewel box? Probably.
That doesn't mean anything to me.
I mean, we can just punch people with the strike command. We don't need a weapon in order to do that. So far, I haven't found a way that is useful.
That doesn't mean anything to me.
I mean, it can get people to talk to you if they're otherwise resistant, but I've also found that simply waiting and talking to that person at a different time kind of gives the same results.
It's mine, but I don't care all that much about it, so if it can be of any use to you.
Interesting. I honestly didn't expect to get much from that, but it's good to know she'll let me use her lamp.
Where did you dig that up? I couldn't find it anywhere.
Interesting. I think that key was Anita's key, but it's kind of hard to tell since they're labeled the same way. She's not going to talk to me.
I don't feel like talking.
I would try bribing her just to get her to talk to me, but I don't have any money. Okay. Dang. Let's talk to Roy. Let's show Roy some items and see if he'll tell me anything interesting.
Yes. I'm listening. I don't know. I really don't know. I couldn't say.
Have to go outside, walkies. Good luck. I hope Karen gets what he wants. I hope so too. Thank you, Hinton. Enjoy your walk.
I don't have anything particular to tell you about that thing.
They sure don't make adventure games this mechanics dense anymore. Phew. Yeah, I my feeling is that I don't mind the density so much as the how difficult it is to figure out the direction that you need to go in. Like this game almost feels impossible to make progress in without either an absurd amount of just clicking wildly or hints. Like there's tons of hidden things you can find where you kind of just have to try verbs at random. Like, I don't know, for example, like maybe if there was any situation where you could overhear something that suggests Maggie has a hiding spot. Or even, you know, hear that she has a particular key or something. Like, I mean, I guess, you know, we knew that she double locks the doors, so I guess maybe that's a hint that I should have searched her room more. I don't know. You know, it's hard to say what kinds of hints are gonna
It's not mine.
work well enough.
I'm listening.
But like I enjoy all the different mechanics. And just it makes me feel like it makes it feel a little more realistic to have so many options. Like it's not a super guided mystery like a lot of modern detective games are. I feel like there's got to be somewhere in between that has a much better balance. Things need sparkles. So, okay, Bob's out here now. Also, I forgot to make a note of the time, but it's 4 o'clock now. So, in Maggie's room. Oh. Well, there's your death, Hinton. You're not here, but thank you for redeeming coins for Karen. Who put an immersive sim in my point and click? I feel like that's another thing. Like, you know, typically an immersive sim like lets you solve things in creative ways, right? Whereas like this, I feel like we don't really have that. Like we kind of have to solve things the way the game expects us to. Whereas if, you know, we had more options, that might help it feel a bit less difficult. Let's load up our save one slot. Go back to our last good save. That's the music we all hear as we die. Yep. Okay. Did I already try the locked room here? In this save? I think I did. At some point we need to ask Maggie about that. We read the paper. So now we know another important thing to do here is to go into Maggie's room. which we can do. Ooh, maybe now that we're back here, we should hide in Maggie's room and overhear the conversation with Bob. I think that would be interesting to hear. So we have a little while until that happens. And I don't think there's anyone in there right now. So let's go back in. Oh, I was wrong.
You wanted to see me?
No. Sorry. Hoping for more than one endorphin rush tonight. Me too. Let's wait. Okay, it's 5-1 now. I think this is when we went in there last time. Maybe? Could be wrong. Okay, great. How are we doing on 10%? Not bad. Turn. There we go. And search. My inventory is probably full. Yeah. And I guess we'll go ahead and find the truncheon. I don't think I'm going to take it just because of the inventory situation. Seems like discovering it is possibly useful. Is there anything else in here? Who needs drugs when you have key? Okay, let's try some other. Exciting! So many hiding spots in Maggie's room. I didn't even get a chance to. Another fucking key! This better get me into Lucie's room or I'm going to be so upset. Okay. And $10. And that's it. All right. Here we go. Drop off. Binoculars. Who even cares about those anymore? Keyapalooza. All right. I am bracing for the possibility that I will be upset here. But I feel like surely this has got to do it. We have 3 keys now. Can I go in this fucking room? Yes. Yes. Finally. Oh. Okay. I got to add another room to my map. I don't have space for it. I'll just have to put it over here. Lucie's room. A room apart, it says. Okay. We're alone. We're doing great. When it rains, it pours keys. Apparently. 3 keys that go nowhere would have been incredible. Indeed. Okay, let's open some things up here. Open sesame. Is this open? Okay. We have a drawer here. Okay. All right. Oh. Also can open the window and door. Of course. Let's search. Nothing special. It looks pretty emptied out, but there's got to be something in here, right? Nothing under the bed. about in the bed? Nothing suspicious. Don't bother stretching out there. Okay, I won't. It'd be hilarious if there's like literally nothing in here. All right. Let's try some more. Let's knock on things. Is there anything on the ground? Looking for out of place pixels. We haven't tried look yet. Maybe we should do that. To sleep, perchance to dream. Oh, did I even search this drawer? I think I did. Okay. Nothing suspicious. I suppose another possibility is, you know, even if this is literally empty now, maybe something happens in here later. You know, somebody could come in here. Somebody could leave something here. Curtains. Even if you get up on the bed, you don't see anything. I love that it acknowledges that I was trying really hard to look at the top of this. That's great. Finally, a room to store all my keys. Can I say something about one of the keys? I don't know how to answer that question. I'll allow it. What's that pixel? Nothing. A black hair. Interesting. Where is it? It's it right there. Can I not take the hair? Surely I can take it. Can I not take this hair? I will accept an answer to the question of whether or not I can take this hair. I'm doing my best, but it doesn't seem like it's letting me, which seems odd. The hair is fixed. Okay. A clue? The key from Anita's room doesn't do anything. Based on its similarity to the key for this room, it's assumed the key to Anita's room, except she never bothers to lock it. Right. I kind of figured that there was a good chance that was the case. Just because I've had it for so long, and it doesn't seem to lock. It doesn't seem to unlock any of the things that are locked. So I appreciate the clarification. That kind of seems like something you'll never really be 100% sure of until you've finished the game, I guess. We have so many keys now. So a black hair. Does that... Like, we don't know for sure whose hair that is. It seems... It seems like it's probably Lucie's hair, but we don't really have any way to be sure about that. So I don't know if that tells us all that much. Let's go back to trying my other verbs. Now I'm going to investigate every lamp to check if it's got a secret hiding spot or not. Can we take this coat hanger? I assume not. It doesn't take. Midnight already, jeez. Paint is flaking off. Don't tell me that, game. Okay. What if I push it? It's moving. Is it? You're just messing with me. You're badly raised. Oh! You received a sudden and violent shock on the back of the head that left you half unconscious. In your semi-conscious state, you had the feeling that someone dragged you by the feet. You wake up half an hour later with a blinding migraine. Okay, so someone comes in there at 2 o'clock. I kind of wish they had killed me so I could go back and figure out who it was. Someone goes in Lucie's room. I had been thinking that when I was done searching, I would hide and then just spend a lot of time hiding to see if anyone ever came in. But we didn't even get there. Did that message just say you're badly raised? Yes. If you try to use the raise command on random things, it will frequently say that. Often there are goofy messages that like include like a form of the verb you're using in the response. Okay. Can we go back in? I knew it. I knew it. What is it? Ashes. Oh, a cigarette. Interesting. Interesting. I don't know any way to pick that up. Oh, Chris is here. Interesting. What you doing, Chris? Chris gives you a big, ironic smile. Huh. Let's talk to Chris.
What for?
What you doing, buddy? That's not the menu I wanted. Yeah, Chris is the cop. I feel like, in my mind, he's not even suspected anymore. He's a cop.
I got the rooms confused.
Oh, I accidentally walked in the room that's double locked instead of some other room. Happens all the time. I accidentally picked 2 locks thinking I was going in somewhere else. What have you noticed?
Everything was as usual.
To be fair, it's not double locked right now. Yeah, sure. But I bet he would have came in here regardless.
We were at sea.
I don't think we're going to get too much out of him. So is Chris... I feel like it had to have been Roy that knocked me out, but who knows if that's true. We'll find out eventually. I do want to poke around some more. To see if there's anything else new here. So let's see. What can I drop that we don't care about? Let's see if Chris says anything about this cigarette butt. I don't know, like, I feel like there's a lot of smokers here.
Again.
So I don't know that figuring out who a cigarette belongs to is a reasonable thing to try to work out.
I'm listening. You think that's a clue?
Maybe, man. Somebody knocked me out and they dropped this cigarette. That's all I know. Okay. I'm wondering if it's possible the cigarette is drawing my attention to anything. I frequently wondered if there's like any, like, you know, thing, like secret floorboard hiding compartment. That's why I was clicking all over here where the cigarette was. Well, we could hide here again, or we could hide here now, even though we missed something. There might be other things to witness. Oh, okay. I thought for sure hiding under the bed, which really does not look like a good hiding place to me. I thought for sure it wouldn't work, but apparently it's fine. So we're just going to wait and see if anyone ever comes in here. I feel like there's got to be at least one other point in the game where somebody comes in here, right? Oh, it's music time. If no one ever comes in here, eventually we'll die of hunger, and then we can go back and find out who knocked us out. Although, I just realized we probably can't find that out by hiding. Generally, if we get knocked out, that will happen even if we're in hiding. I assume the idea is, you know, whoever is knocking us out is a very, you know, they're being really careful, so they're, you know, checking hiding spots really well. Whereas people who are not suspicious and just being normal are not, like, checking all the hiding spots every time they go into a room. So in order to figure out who comes in here, we would have to follow them, I think. The follow interface, if we follow someone and they go to a location, it will often tell us plainly that they go into a particular room or whatever. It's a Murphy bed. It flipped up and down and conked you out. That makes sense. Wait, what just... I swear this changed over here. Shit, did I miss somebody? Oh wait, what's happening? I swear I saw something change over here. I could be wrong. Oh, we're worn out now. I'm surprised the music is still going. We're spending a long time under this bed, huh? Oh, I'm no longer in hiding. That's funny. Oh, did I accidentally clicked turn at one point. That's okay. And then I got out of hiding. Okay. Okay. But we didn't miss anything, I don't think. Welcome back, Hinton. I did die. I'm also probably going to die soon of starvation. Because someone tells you that Juice Body has been fished out at the pier. I love that I'm hiding under the bed waiting for something to happen. Waiting to spy on someone doing something suspicious. And somebody is just like... I guess I'll go tell him. So like they all know that I'm pretending to be a detective and hiding in this very obvious hiding spot. I'm beat now. Oh, that's bright. Man, that's some colors. Oh yeah, we got conked. We finally made it into Lucie's room, which is where we're hiding out. And somebody knocked me out. Oh, there's the gunshot. So we missed someone coming in here. Probably Roy. But now we're waiting to see if someone else comes in here. And I'm definitely going to die from hunger very soon. I could... if I was very fast, go get lunch right now. Would I make it down there fast enough? Let's try. Oh shit. Is it too late? It is. Lunch is from 1 to 2. I was so close. Back into hiding. I'm definitely going to die before we see anything here. Oh, what's our percentage? 10? That's it? Jeez. Terrible. Oh! Okay. Oh, wait. Is this just me dying? Okay. Yeah, it is. For a second there, I thought someone came in again. Oh, well. Suddenly, you felt a little weak. Your right foot slipped while we were hiding under the bed, making you lose your balance. You really tried to catch yourself, but you hadn't the strength. Carried down by your own weight, your head smashed into the ground. Cervical vertebrae broken. You die immediately. It's quite a thing to happen while lying on the ground under a bed. At least bring a sandwich with you under the bed. We should have done that, but we just didn't have the foresight. Okay, I'm going to take a break finally, and then we will load up our save and see if we can figure out who goes into Lucie's room there. Jordan says, speaking of places to hide, I miss when I was little at the department store. There'd be a circular rack of shirts, and it was possible to hide in the middle, surrounded by the smell of clothing. I love that too. That was definitely a thing I did a lot. And also, it reminds me of Nina Marie's game that she's working on. I can't remember if that's a thing that she has talked about within the context of that game or not. But it's set in like a department store, and it's a horror game. And it seems like just hiding in the rack of clothes like that seems like a thing that might come up in that game. Anyways, I'll be back in probably 5 minutes or so. See you in a few. Hello. Thank you for the scream and the water bird. I've done hardly any shoutouts tonight, but let's do another one for culinary. Okay, so we're going back to save. Shit, had I actually saved? My last save was in slot 1. I think, I think we're going back a ways. That's fine. No big deal. Let's drop some stuff off in our cabin. Oh, there's a bunch of guys here. You see what time it is? Roy says to Chris, come on, give me a hand. Okay. Sounds like Chris is maybe slacking off on the job or something. Oh, things have changed. Let's listen again. Okay. Nothing happening anymore. Oh, damn it. Damn it. Damn it. I misclicked. Okay, so let's put Okay, so we know Anita's key is not worth grabbing anymore. So we can drop that off safely. And I'm also going to cross taking her key off my to-do list here. And we're going to drop off the stone, the clasp, and the jewel box and the brooch as well. So just the binoculars is all we need. And 1:15. I think it's safe to go into Maggie's now. Yeah, it is. Okay, so let's see. Push? Was that what we used here? Yeah. $10. That's all. And then turn the lamp. Take that key. There's yet more. I was wondering about that. I assume you mean there's more in this room. We'll go ahead and save in slot 2 here. All right, the truncheon. I guess we'll go ahead and grab that. What else could there be in here? Let's examine these bedposts. Could we turn them? Okay. Floorboards, maybe? Oh, this has a dark outline. Is that anything? Touch wood. That's what I did. The ground is solid. Okay. Good. Great. Not striking. You'll return to dust. What else could I be missing in here? Oh, no, we have not figured out who conked me yet. They're still working on that. Let's see, that I think was around 2. So that's actually pretty soon. It's going to take some time, I think, to figure that out definitively. Well, let's go out. Let's go outside right now and see who's there. I think in like 10 or 15 minutes, we'll come back out here of game time. We'll come back out here and, well, maybe I should just wait. Time passes pretty quick. If someone shows up here, especially if it's just one person, then we can follow them and hopefully, we'll get lucky and that'll be the person that goes in here. But otherwise, we would just need to follow various people. I guess, I have a note that Roy was allegedly with Sue around 2. I think that's based on what he told us, which could be a lie. Let's see. According to this, he's in the saloon right now, so we might be able to Like, it's probably Roy, right? So if we just follow Roy. Middle room on the left. What? Is that actually referring to Sue's room? Middle room on the left is confusing wording to me. Maggie and Anita. I assume that just means that Maggie and Anita are both here at the building. Still middle room on left. And it's now 10 to 3. I want this music to progressively speed up. In front of Maggie's. Middle room on left. Oh, he's on to me. I want to know what you're doing. He probably won't tell us. I think it does. There are 2 rooms in the middle, one to the left, one to the right. Right. That's the best thing. It's the best, explanation for that sentence I could come up with.
I don't feel like talking.
But to me, that's like a weird way to describe that. Like I would say second from the left or something like that. Like to me, if you say middle room on the left, I'm thinking like, oh, are there like 3 stories and it's the second story or something? I don't know. Does that mean he didn't conk you then? Yeah, it's a good question. Maybe it does mean that. I don't know. I wonder. I mean, we now know that Maggie has a truncheon under her pillow, and that's kind of interesting. Could it have been Maggie? Maybe a coconut fell on her head. That could be. Like, Chris was in there when we went back in, but I would think that if it was him, we wouldn't be able to go back in there and just talk to him, right? You had your truncheon in your inventory, though, didn't you? That is true. However, that doesn't mean like if the game wants you to get knocked out, nothing is gonna prevent that. And I think you're just left to figure out on your own how that might have occurred. Thank you for the follow. Good to have you here. So yeah, I don't think that necessarily means it wasn't her. But certainly, thinking it might be her is pretty much speculation at this point. She is, I wouldn't say she's without suspicion, but she doesn't seem super suspicious. I mean, she gave us all the information about the tea, which, kind of matches up with, like, it seems like Marie was in fact drugged. So like, if she was involved with that, it doesn't make sense for her to have given us that information. You could maybe argue like, we're a detective, so she knew that we would figure out that she was drugged, and maybe she's just trying to make herself look innocent, and explain why her fingerprints would be on the tea or anything like that. But I don't know. Okay, so what are we going to do now? Back to Maggie's, I guess. And, you know, it's been made clear that there's more to discover in there. Oh, she's in there now.
You wanted to see me.
We can at least ask her about the locked room.
That room's empty. It was Lucie's room, but she left a while ago.
So now we have knowledge of Lucie.
A funny kid, I don't know much about her.
Sorry, I'm just distracted by, like, there's a little squiggle next to the lamp here and the art here. It's probably nothing. I'm just trying to figure out what that is. Okay, so when is she going to be out of there? It's almost 4 now. So yeah, I think there's a big gap in Maggie's. And we still haven't figured out where Roy is from 8 to 11. We should really figure that out. Okay, we could just wait in real time for a minute. I like how there's always a moody moonlit piratey backdrop when we talk to people. Yeah. It's interesting how they combine that, you know, like that image is always there, and then there's a limited color version of the room you're in, and then the portrait. It's just a fun little combination. Okay, let's observe before we go in. Nothing happening. Okay. Great. All right, what are we missing here? Is there maybe something behind the curtains? All right, I think I was, or had I finished knocking on the floorboards? I feel like I had pretty much done all that I could there. Running out of things to try here. Paint is flaking off. I'm drawn to the clock. I guess I haven't tried all my verbs on the clock. No, there's no pull. Running out of... I'm turning in circles indeed. Be careful. You be careful. Are those your drawers? No? I'm anticipating excitement followed by concern. Interesting. What the hell am I missing? I don't like sound as an action verb. Yeah. I find it a little confusing. I wouldn't say it's wrong. It's just feels a little bit off to me. Like I feel like, I don't know, knock or something is the best I can come up with. Not commonly used in English, right? Tick tock, tick tock, tick tock. Is that I don't think that is an abstract painting. It doesn't look very abstract to me at all. In La Milana, right before Palanque, there's a moment of panic followed by confusion. Everything is fine. Oh no, Maggie and Bruce are here.
Always under my feet.
Mm-hmm. It's actually a painting of a dog. Good night, Silver. I hope we figure out what the numbers mean, but probably not. Sleep well. Heck. Do you have anything to talk to Sue about? To ask her about the truncheon.
Are you coming here? I don't have anything to say about that.
What about these keys?
That's the key to the room on the left at the end of the balcony.
I figured that out.
I couldn't say.
Interesting. She doesn't know what the other key is for. Wait. No, we tried the... I was like, wait. We didn't necessarily confirm that both keys were required to get in that door. But the first key alone did not open this door. And we did try it on the bookcase. I'm just going to double check. Okay. Bob's just looking around. How does she know what a key is on site? Sure. I mean, it does. I think the key she was referring to. Yeah, well, I guess I was going to say it looks similar to the key for her room, but all the more reason that it's weird she could immediately tell them apart. But honestly, maybe the tag says what room it's for. And it's just that the game won't let us read it. So it was around 4:30 when Maggie and Bruce both went in there. I am hoping that if I wait a little bit, Maggie will come out here and then I could follow her to figure out where she is during the rest of this time. Basically up until 9, we don't know what she's up to. I wouldn't be surprised if she's just in her room a lot of the time. Honestly, we've had like she was in there with Bruce just now, and earlier, yeah, she was in there with Bob. So it does kind of seem like there's multiple conversations we could overhear if we just hid under Maggie's bed for a long time. Which frankly, I'm quite tempted to do. I'm too impatient. I'm just going to wait. Okay, we're alone. Let's see if we can go in here. Still here. Okay.
You wanted to see me. That's the key to the room on the left at the end of the balcony.
And you're not wondering why I have it or anything?
Where did you dig that up? I couldn't find it anywhere.
Yeah, it was totally hidden in your lamp. I don't think you're being honest with me.
You never know, it could turn out to be useful.
Okay, so she's still in there at 5:30. $6:05. Chris is here. I'm relatively confident Maggie's still in there, but oh, she's not. Interesting. So I'm putting down a question mark because that's definitely something we want to try to investigate. All right, what the hell are we still missing in here? If anyone has any thoughts on a thing I could try in here, I will accept guesses. I'm kind of out of ideas. Like I've tried so many verbs on so many things. The only thing I can think of is the clock, but I've tried every verb on every part of the clock that makes sense to me. Leave that poor clock alone? Okay, fine. sounds how... I mean, it is. Maybe I should just hide in here and wait for Maggie to come back again. Pick a verb, right click and go nuts. I mean, I've been doing that. I suppose I haven't really gone nuts with some of these, like push, put, turn, raise. Okay, now Maggie's here. Nothing in particular. Ooh, she left again. Okay. So it's 10 to 10. Did you turn the clock? I did everything to the clock multiple times. Ooh, Maggie and Bruce. Interesting. Nothing remarkable. Really? Come on. Tell me what's going on here. It's 5 to 11 now. Okay, so we knew she was in her room. No comment. Bruce is gone now. Nothing remarkable. Okay, and she leaves again just before midnight. I wonder if she maybe went to see what the sound was, because she told us that she heard a noise when Bruce was breaking into the piano. Okay, so she came back at midnight. Yeah, so that actually makes sense. And then according to her, she's sleeping at around 2 a.m. She notices that Sue has a visitor. Which was Anton, I think. Yeah. So this will at least help us confirm if she's being truthful about sleeping for most of the night. 1 o'clock. 2 o'clock. It does seem like she's not going anywhere. $5:30 in the morning. 6:05, getting light out. And then at 7, Anton's going to come around and tell everyone that Juice Body has been found, including me, under Maggie's bed. Just watching someone sleep. I mean, sometimes you got to do that, apparently. I assume this is normal detective work. Okay, so Maggie's not getting out of bed. Oh, now she did. Okay. All right. I think we'll go back to clicking wildly. Let's push on things. Touch wood. I'm worried that I'll jinx it by saying this, but at least my right click hasn't broken tonight. I still don't understand why that sometimes happens. It's soft. Makes sense. What if there's something hidden in the pillows? It's moving. Why does it... It's soft. Why is this game so mean? Careful, fragile. Okay, I think I'm giving up on push. Put. I don't think put seems worth trying. Generally put is like putting an object in a thing. What if I raise this? Okay. Really, game? Come on. Can't just say okay. This is not acceptable. Excuse me. It opened the painting. Yeah. We've done that before. That's where we found one of the keys that got us into Lucie's room. Sorry for blowing into the microphone. Look elsewhere. I've looked everywhere. Finally? What? What do you mean finally? What'd I do? Shit! I didn't even see that! What? What? How did I completely miss that? Oh, God. That's hilarious. How long did it take me to even notice that? Oh, God. So I'm a little annoyed that we didn't find that. Like, search didn't find that or even give me a hint. Sound didn't, suggest that there was, a difference in sound. I know I mainly used it over here, but I'm pretty sure I went along here. God damn it. Oh, okay. A trapdoor. Let's open the trapdoor. Hello, Robot's friend. We're all doing great here. Yeah, we did. We found a key in the wall safe earlier. How did I not see that we tripped and fell from lying on the ground? That was in Lucie's room, to be fair. But we did definitely hide under this bed for several hours. All right. Here we go, I guess. What is going to be under here? This is exciting. I'm also a little bit scared. Also, I can't remember which... Oh, how do I go down there? Oh, in the passageway. Oh, shit. Under the pirate's sign. This is fucking cool. Oh, it's got the text from the jewelry box. Carved in stone. Pirates. What are oh, they're carvings in the stone. There sure are. Oh shit. Oh God. There's so much to look at here. Let's see if we can read. Yeah, that's the same text. Okay. Is this the rest of the text? Or shit. I'm taking a screenshot. A little reading. Okay. Crap. Okay. So here's the text from the monkey statue. Okay, yeah. Like here we have MU space R repeated a bunch, and in here we have it looks like E space TUS. So muertas. I can't figure out what this first letter is. It's like a I don't know. Oh, is it a 3? Shoot, do I have a different color? I guess I could use pencil. So 3 muertas. Oh, and then this is a 2. Shoot. Pizan, 3 muertas pizan, 2 muertas, and then Y5? Oh, Y is E, right? E5 muertas 2 muertas. Oh God, what is this? I cannot make that out at all. Jonah says, okay, now you found all the really important stuff in Maggie's room. Other places still have their secrets, but not as many all in one place. Thank you. Yeah, it's very hard to read. Like, it's dark, it's backwards, and it's like in this black letter font that's hard to make out. And it's also not in English. Okay. Man, I don't know what that is. I'm gonna put an underline here. Something L maybe? Like this, it looks like there's a character here that I can't comprehend, and then like an L or an uppercase I maybe. And then on the monkey statue, I have SEY, and then UN? And then this letter I couldn't make sense of that is maybe a D. And then I think that's an O. Huh. Segundos? L. I can't, it's hard to tell how things line up here. And also, it's really hard to resist the urge to like drop both of these images in an image editor and just like very quickly figure this out by like layering them on top of each other. I am not going to do that. I might later, but I definitely I want to take the time to try to figure it out on my own here first. I wonder if I should, if I do this on graph paper, then I can get a better sense of like, you know, like up here, it looks like we have maybe 3 spaces and then 1 space. And then this is like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 spaces. So I think if I do that on the graph paper, it'll be easier to figure out how it all matches up. It's just a recipe for bundt cake. I hope so. I hope it's a good recipe. Okay, let's do this here. Actually, this paper bleeds through a lot, so I'm going to do it on a fresh sheet. Okay. So, 3. And then we have, I'm gonna use pencil to mark out my blank spaces here. And then we have an E. And then a space. And then T. Oh, maybe that's an O. T-O-S, muertos. I think I thought it was a U initially. But I'm pretty sure there's like a line across the top here. And then I think I counted out 6 spaces. So like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And then 2. And then this looks like 3 spaces. E1 TOS. The video player in the iPad app went all black until I refreshed. Oh. I don't think it was anything wrong on my end. Probably just the app being weird. Okay. So then next line, we have roughly under the E here, a Y. We'll put that there, and we'll put the Y. Well, I guess that's, put the Y there, and then the 5 under the T. And then we have like 3 spaces. And then an E. TOS. I don't really need to underline the spaces. 2. And then, oh, that should be in line with that. ETOS. Okay. And then we have this weird character. I'm trying to, let me try to draw this, and then like it looks kind of like this, and then That's the best I can do. Oops. With what I'm seeing here. So then, like, flipped around. I don't think this is going to be any more clear. Oh, could it be a 15? No, that seems like it can't be right. 75? It could maybe be a 75. Oh, and it's down here again. I don't know if it's possible this is some unusual letter that, is not used in English. Like I'm thinking of like the, in German, I can't remember what it's called, but there's like it's kind of like a uppercase B shape that's like a double S. But I don't know if it could be a unique character like that or what. Anyways, let's just kind of leave a blank spot for it. So I'm gonna put a line here and then a 1 or an L or an uppercase I, and then we have 1, 2, 3, 4 spaces maybe. And then, okay, now that looks like an actual U, and then N. And then I think, like, my best guess is that this is kind of a fancy looking D. And then an O. So it basically says undo. And then we have another 4 spaces, and then EL. And then about lined up with the E, 2 spaces? We're going to say 3. MER? I can say what the character is, but only if you want. I would say no for now, but thank you for offering. I'm just thinking. I'm thinking about translating this after I've figured out what the letters are. We'll come back to that. So starting under the Y, we have EL again, and then about 3 spaces. Under the D, we have MER again, and then a whole lot of space. Oh, and then we have that undo again at the end here. And then on the next line, we once again have this weird character in a slightly different spot. And then, is that RO? And then about 3 spaces. And that looks like RA to me. And then lined up with the undo, we have RE. And then I honestly, I guess that's a space there. Space and then EL. And then last line, lined up with the RO, we have AL or AI. And then OS, I think. And then a couple spaces, RA again. And then a space, and then AS. Okay. Just going to get these lines out of here. Okay, I am going to put in pencil question marks for the weird characters that I can't comprehend. Okay, so now we need to get back to the monkey statue. I have the binoculars, so that's good. Let's see, I already took a screenshot of this for future reference. And then we also have a bunch of other characters around here. Doesn't help to be a bookworm. Well, I don't know if characters is right. But like, you know, there's clearly, I feel like characters is an appropriate way to describe these. There's different characters carved in here. That looks like an M. That kind of looks like an A. But then some of these are not. Well, my right click is broken. It finally happened. Okay, so I think I'll try to write these down as well. Oops. Where are we? Sorry, I ended up spending 20 minutes reading about Guam. We are underneath Maggie's room. I finally, after clicking wildly, I managed to raise the rug in her room, and there was a trapdoor underneath. Also, it took me like 5 minutes to notice that I had done this. I was too busy clicking and so convinced I wasn't getting anywhere. But it's a very interesting room we've discovered. Also, if you missed it, there was there's some writing on here that is it seems to be the missing characters from the text on the monkey statue. So I'm confident that if we combine them together, we'll have all of the text. Not in English, but we'll figure it out eventually. I have no idea what to make of this text or these engravings. How do we get down here? There was a trap door in Maggie's room underneath the rug. These look very similar on this side. Like kind of mirrored? Yeah, interesting. Okay. Yeah, so It's definitely all the same symbols, just mirrored on each side. And then there's my transcribing of the other text. Okay, what else do we have here? Let's let's save while I'm down here in slot 3. I want to search all these pots for sure. There's no reason to take root. Okay. Oh, a lamp. Interesting. Not very exciting. A mask. A fetish. Okay. What desolate emptiness. Dead end. Okay. Let's do some more looking around. Everything seems as usual. I don't think there's anything usual about this situation, personally. Also, it'd be funny if I come out of here and Maggie's in her room. Did I search this little pot over here? Nothing to gain. Okay. Maybe there's a trapdoor in here too that leads to a bed with a trapdoor under it. Could be. Let's see. So there's 2 pirates here. Taco Adventure. Hello. Great to see y'all. We're discovering exciting things today in Maupiti Island. I hope you had a good stream. Oh yeah, you've been playing Sherlock Holmes Crimes and Punishments. I hope that's been a good time. Thanks so much for coming by. I hope everybody's doing good. This is my 15th week of playing Maupiti Island, 1991 game that is a sequel to Mortville Manor. And we've been making good progress every week, but I still feel like there's so much that we're missing, and I have required some hints in order to get as far as we have. It's a very, very difficult game. And boy, is my right mouse button tired. In fact, it's completely broken, apparently. Sherlock Holmes games are usually quite enjoyable. That's great. I'm not sure that I've ever actually played a Sherlock Holmes game, which seems surprising. And yet, I think it might be correct. I've watched bits of several other people playing them, and all the ones I've seen look pretty interesting. So this room we've discovered has connections to we have some text here that says Imelos e Indivisibles, which I think I was too curious and Google translated it, and it was something like twins and indivisible, which I guess perhaps is referring to these 2 pirates here, which is interesting. And this text appeared on a jewelry box that looks like it matches a medallion we found that has like a pirate engrave, or not a pirate, a skull and crossbones engraving on it. It's very piratey looking. And now that we found this, like with the text to tie it all together, I'm even more convinced that that medallion goes in that jewelry box, and that there's another medallion somewhere that we haven't found. We've been told that a man named Just and the woman named Marie that we're trying to find both had one of these medallions. For really old Sherlock Holmes, there is the Lost Files of Sherlock Holmes and the Case of the Serrated Scalpel. So yeah, things are finally starting to come together here. There's also some text on here that, let's see, I think we got to read. That is very similar to some text on a statue elsewhere that we're going to go look at once I'm finished with searching this room. And then I think we'll finally get the complete text, and hopefully I can make any sense at all of it. I kind of wonder, like, there's lots of numbers. I don't know. I'm curious what it's going to be. I don't want to leave here because, like, I feel like there's got to be at least one thing I'm missing. And yet, I don't know what else we could try. I guess I'll try just kind of poking at things. All right, I'm too curious to go figure out this text, so let's do that. I've got a save here, and obviously we can just come back. Okay, we're just gonna leave this all and not worry about it. No one will ever know we were here. Okay, I have my binoculars. That's great. Unfortunately, this is not the right time of day, I don't think. Yeah, so we're gonna have to wait. We've missed dinner. It might be good to go get some sleep in real quick. Let's go sleep for an hour. Because we don't want to die, ideally. Tazbor says, weird coincidence. Today I was watching a video where an abstract artist was talking about specific marks she uses. One of them was she paints words backwards and then covers some of it up. Oh, interesting. Okay, let's sleep. Oh, geez, we're already well into the second day. Okay. Let's sleep another hour. We've not been getting enough rest. Yeah, there is a trapdoor in the hallway that goes down to, I don't know if you've seen the room that's got like a big machine in the foreground. It's an interesting room, but not much has happened there so far. Okay, so they're talking about the strongbox. Right away, Chris's face lights up. Interesting. Okay. So Chris has some idea of what's going on with the strongbox. Bob and Anton are here now. I didn't touch it, says Anton. The strongbox sank, answers Bob. Oh, interesting. Yeah, the engine room. Right. Okay, so now we can see the monkey statue at least. It's progress. I think we'll have to wait till around 4 before the water is all the way down. Bob's looking for clues. Bob's really looking for clues here. Interesting. Bob's face looks very worried. The water level descends slowly. We're almost there. There we go. Okay, we're alone. So now we can, it is important that we have the binoculars. We can now see this. Okay. Does the strongbox require a key? We don't really know. it's unreachable. It's in the water, and it's too far away. And when the water level lowers, it's already gone. And even if it wasn't gone, it would be in the quicksand. So upside down and mirrored. This text, I think it's just mirrored. Okay. So I think we have M-U-E-R, muertos. 3 muertos. And then we have, let's see, down here we also have muertos. Just trying to figure out how this lines up exactly. Paysan must be a complete word, I think. P-E-S-A-N. And then 2 muertos. 3 muertos, paysan, 2 muertos, 5 muertos, 2 muertos. And then we have that weird character that I couldn't figure out that looked kind of like that. This is my attempt to draw it backwards as we see it in the game, and this is my attempt to flip it around. It maybe looks like a 75, but it might just be some unusual character or symbol. And then it seemed to be followed by like a L. I guess I was saying it could be an uppercase I, but we don't actually have any uppercase letters here from what I can tell. So it's probably an L. And then we have S-E-Y. I'm trying to figure out how things line up here. So the Y is under where the 5 was, I think. So S-E-Y. So yeah, the E is under the R, so that matches up. So S-E-Y-U-N-D-O-E-S. Seundos. L. P-R-I? What is that? El Primero? Oh, and it looks like it maybe says the same thing on the next line. Yeah. El Primero. El S-E-Y, Segundo. Oh, but no ES on it that time. And then on the next line, now we have that unusual character again, followed by what is probably an L. And then it looks like H-I-E-R. And that lines up with this. H-I-O. And then there was another R and an O on the other engraving. And then we have Y-I. Y-I-R-A. S-O... S-O-B? Yeah. Let's see. How does this line up? S-O-B. S-O-B-R-E. and then a space, and then EL. And then on the last line, lined up with the H, we have SE. Oh, what is that character? Huh. Huh. I don't know. SE. Something AL. And then roughly lined up with the Y, we have another, what I assume is a D, E, L. De los P, I, Piratas. Okay. I assume that means pirates, but I'm just guessing. Yeah, it looks kind of like an H, but like this is an H here. So this is something else. Like, here's my attempt to draw it. You know, again, I drew it how we see it on screen and then what it would look like mirrored. Cour de Pirate? Could be. Sign of the Pirates? Okay, so I'm going to do my best to read this. 3 muertos, pesan, 2 muertos, y 5 muertos, 2 muertos. I don't know what the weird character is. El segundos, el primero, y el primero es segundo. Something hierro, yura, sobra, el sin. I don't think it's an N. Senal de los Piratas. I'm trying to think of what that letter could be. That's what the last line means. Second, the first, the second. So I'm trying to think of like how to be more sure about what this says. Obviously, I could try plugging it into Google Translate, but I'm trying to think of a more interesting way. My Spanish is shit, but I think that's what it means. I assume that's your translation of segundos, el primero es segundo. Second, the first, the second. That seems sensible. Does anyone else have any suggestion for the rest of this? Because like I'm definitely not going to be able to figure this out on my own. Like I almost wish I had like a Spanish English dictionary or something. Sand is really good as sand. I guess I'm not opposed to using Google Translate. I can't get the third line. Time to go to the library. You know how Senor has a squiggly line over the N? That's my guess about that one character. Oh, right. That's how I That's how I wrote it down before. That was my assumption about what it was before. I think that makes sense. It's just the pixels are like just touching. Let's see. Is there an N? Yeah, here's an N. Yeah, so it does look the same, like the bottom part of it. And it's just like the squiggle like just touches it, so it almost makes it look like this is a line going all the way up. But I don't think that's what's going on there. Señal. Señal de los piratas. Señal means sign. Okay. All right. I'm using Google Translate. Like, if I was playing this game back in 91, I would absolutely just like go to the library or something. Ask someone that knows Spanish. Let's see. One moment. Might as well get the browser on screen here if we're going to do it this way. Wait, what? That's not right. There we go. I wonder if this is easier for a French person somehow, since they're both Romance languages. Yeah, I do think that is probably the case. 3 dead. Pizan. Way. Huh. 2 muertos. 3 dead, way 2 dead. Sorry, I got distracted by showing translation for... Isn't that what I... Oh, no, I mistyped. 3 dead, way 2 dead. 5 muertos. 2 muertos. 3 dead, way 2 dead. And 5 dead, 2 dead. And then I don't know what this next character is. Something El Seundos. No, wait, I mistyped that. Huh. Interesting. It doesn't know what to do with that. El Primero is the first. Oh, now it's got it. Second is the first. El Primero El Segundo. Oop. Doing a great job of typing this. And the first, the second. And then we have that weird character again. Oh, I think I accidentally erased something. Hero? Iron. Interesting. Yura. Sobra. L. On the. Am I wrong about Yura? And then Sen. Yal de los Piratas. Pirate sign. This has got to be wrong, I feel like. Because that's the only thing it couldn't translate at all. Yura seems wrong. Yeah. Let's go back to the game. What do we have here? Oh. Is that G? Could be a G, I think. Rotates. Iron rotates on the pirate's sign. 3 dead weigh 2 dead, and 5 dead, 2 dead. Oh, is this instructions for the medallion, maybe? It's got stones we can push. And it's got a skull. 3 dead, weigh 2 dead. I don't know what to make of this weigh. And 5 dead, 2 dead. Second is the first. I don't know what to make of that either. And the first is the second. Iron rotates on the pirate's sign.
Hello.
Hello. I'm loving how much satisfaction any progress in this game gives. Yeah, the longer you've worked at it for it, the sweeter the reward. Yeah, and like, I don't know. I find it all interesting. Like, at the very least, like, the mystery of it is interesting. Hopefully, it will all feel satisfying at the end. But I love piecing together a mystery like this. It's very satisfying. Okay. Dronon says in French it would be something like mort, pisse, premiere, second, signa. The third line is very weird and doesn't map to French well. Right. Calendar said, I got some of this from playing Golden Idol, but that was like looking at a mystery for 45 minutes. Can't imagine what it's like for this game. All right. I need to wrap up soon, but I feel like I gotta at least grab that medallion and poke at it a little. I think it's there by now. See, I'm trying to remember how to get there. It is a huge breakthrough, for sure. I definitely didn't think we would get the full text of the monkey statue tonight. Okay. Lots of folks seem to like the Golden Idol a lot. It has some similarities to The Return of the Oberdin. Lord Void Call, hello, welcome. Culinary, thank you so much for the 512 bits. I appreciate that very much. And also the Swamp Gator does. Okay. Now that I have it, we have to drop it. I should have just poked at it while I was searching. Okay. So, like, I've been wondering for a while if this is, like, we have this ability to select touch here and then click on specific spots of this item. Actually, before I do that, let's look at the description of this again. It says, you'll notice an opening on the lower edge of the object. So I feel like this can... I wonder if we have to, like, put this somewhere. Why you type dead in Spanish on your notepad? Oh, this is some text we found in this game. It was it continues to be a very complex puzzle where we found some letters engraved on a statue, but they were backwards and also in Spanish. And then we just a little bit ago found the rest of the message also backwards, but I had to piece it all together to figure out how it all lined up. And then we had to translate it from Spanish, which we had to go to Google Translate for because no one else knows Spanish well enough. But now we're figuring out what this message means. And it seems connected to this very interesting medallion here. And I kind of wonder if we need to, like, it says you'll notice an opening on the lower edge of the object, which is a thing I've been wondering about for a while. Thank you for the follow. Nice to have you here. From Colombia, should have been useful at that moment. Well, I'm glad you stopped by regardless. And we can poke at this thing. So I'm wondering if this, like, you know, it says 3 dead, weigh 2 dead, and 5 dead, 2 dead. Which is a little confusing, but my thought is maybe, like, you know, this is telling us we need to press the 3rd one, and then every time we touch it, it says the stones give way. And then the 2nd one, and then the 5th one, and then the 2nd one. I don't expect this to do anything. I kind of wonder if we need to, like, find somewhere to put this first. I don't know where that could possibly be. We can't get over to the monkey statue, and that area we just found, like, I didn't see anywhere to put an object there, but we are going to go check it out. Can you touch the skull itself? I will try that again in a minute here. Once we're down here. Yeah, the jewelry box, but, like, I don't know how we could use 2 items together. So I don't know how we would accomplish that. Also, it's just occurring to me that whatever this is, I wonder if we actually need both medallions to solve it. But let's take a look at the... I kind of think no matter where we poke at the medallion, we get the same message. Yeah. So it seems like this message is kind of telling us how this thing behaves, but, like, I don't think actually touching it while it's just in our inventory is going to accomplish anything. But yeah, like the jewelry box has the same text on it, so clearly the jewelry box is connected with this, which is connected with the monkey statue. And then, like, the stones on the jewelry box both look and act very similar to the stones on the medallion. So, and we know there's 2 of those medallions. And also it's, you know, it's got a pirate theme going on. So, like, I feel like the medallion's got to be connected to this secret message somehow. Let's just try. Pick it up again and see if we can put it anywhere. Oh, I got my right click back. Nice. And I also I still have no idea what these other symbols could mean. They don't really look like any real world symbols to me. Yeah, I got nothing here. This doesn't seem like it's accomplishing anything. I wish we could get a high-res version of this whole engraving, just for fun. Pirates. 3 dead, way 2 dead, and 5 dead, 2 dead. Way. Why is... What is this trying to say? Second is the first, and the first is the second. Iron rotates on the pirate sign. Oh, right. We're missing a word. A short word. I think, Dronon, if you're still there, I think I would love to know what that unusual letter is. Again, for everyone, this is the letter I'm trying to understand. That's my best attempt to draw it. The first one is as we see it on screen, and then below that is my attempt to mirror it. It's a capital E. Okay. So E-L. Yeah, I never would have got that. Yeah, it doesn't change the message. But why is it capital? The fact that it's capitalized seems interesting to me. It's like the only thing that's capitalized. I suppose it's the beginning of a sentence. The second is the first and the first is the second. The iron rotates on the pirate sign. But then the first sentence just starts with a number, so that's why there's no other capitals. The iron rotates on the pirate sign. Oh, I missed all those wonderful dabs. Thank you, Dice4. So many Cedrics in so many different directions. Maggie is a pirate? I would say probably not, but I guess it's possible. I mean, it seems safe to assume she knows about this area down here. What's this? Nothing, I guess. Just some variation in the rock. Does anyone have any thoughts about these symbols, aside from Dronon? I don't think we've seen any symbols like this elsewhere in the game. Again, they're like, this is my best to draw them. Like they're mirrored, so like each side of the The drawing here has the same symbols, just flopped. There were also those items in the vase. Yeah. A lamp, a mask, and a fetish. Those are all items that there are many of throughout the game, so they don't really stand out to me. Oh, I just noticed there's another pot back here, and it's empty. Beat. Yeah. I should probably wrap up. It's late. Okay. We did good. We did great. I'm really curious. Oh, we should check our percentage here. 22. I feel like if we did everything we know about in a single playthrough, we might be able to get over 50% at this point. You should have a streamer health status bar. That's probably a good idea. It might be a little on the low side at this point. Upcoming streams, I will be continuing Zork on Friday. That has been a lot of fun. I'm super glad I decided to play that. And a week from today, we will be back at Maupiti Island once again. Baltimore streaming. Might say hello to Bolt. We don't usually get to raid. There are lots of other great folks streaming, but I think we will do that. Bolt is doing a Rocksmith stream right now, so it's a little bit of a change of pace. But he also does a series called Midweek Point and Click, which is probably of interest to most of y'all. Just a good variety of point and click games. But let's say hello to Bolt. Dronan says, I'll probably be away next week. Might be able to peek in briefly. You all have a good night. Okay, I'll do my best to find some way to make progress without any hints. But hope you have a good week. Hope you all have a good week. Take care of yourselves, and we'll see you around. Bye.